Okay, cool. All right. Welcome back, Dale.
Welcome
About free and time.
We
Good to be back.
quick recap. Having left the group over a week ago now, Elric made his way to Lust Khan upon hearing information that his well, I guess it probably wouldn't be known that a particular person named Iston Ikathar was dealing in some nefarious activities. Elric decided to leave in the middle of the night and head to Laskan to, I suppose, intervene. And then after a few days, after dealing with a few different scenarios and instances, the rest of the group also left Neverwinter and headed to Laskan. Upon arriving, you guys made your way to the Blue District Bazaar, where you found the silver and gold notice boards, where you came across a old wanted poster of Elric, where on the description it gave the name Elric Ikathar rather than what he is known as Elric Lightpaw. Upon ripping that wanted poster down off the notice board, you guys headed to the Satyrs' Demise, one of the taverns known in the Blue District, where we resume with you guys entering the tavern. Can I please have the three of you roll a Constitution saving throw?
Sorry, what?
Walking into a tavern, man?
When we started drinking.
Oh, shit.
Ooh. Dirty 20.
24? 17? No. Yeah. 17 plus 7.
Oh,
Kieran AL, fine. You feel fine. You just you don't even notice it. But Tonk, your tummy's feeling a bit weird and a little bit bubble gut like, and that jerky may not be sitting so well that we got off the cart.
Oh, from the cake.
It's taken a couple of days to go through, but yeah, this is not sitting well with you.
I'm trying to think, did I actually eat any of it?
Yeah, all three of you did.
Okay.
And you are
Freak,
considered
got the
poisoned.
Oh my goodness.
But
Do I know that?
no, you're just feeling a bit iffy. Yeah, your gut is not feeling good. I'll say that.
Oh my god.
What time of the day is it?
At the moment, it's probably late afternoon.
Okay.
What would you like? Three of you like to do?
So what time is it? Sorry, in the day.
Late afternoon.
And we're at the Satyrs' Demise, like we're just outside, or?
You've just walked in, I believe.
Well, I mean, we should probably try and find and see if Elric's around.
Oh.
I was thinking we should see if Elric's around. We don't have to.
You can look around. I'll find Soma and maybe.
I was just going to send him a message and then see if he responds and find out where he is.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to cast Sending.
Mm-hmm. It's on the players to track that, not on the DM.
Sending. Hang on. Is it 25?
Yeah.
Yes.
He's already started.
25
words.
25.
Yeah. Is it 25?
25 words or less? Okay.
Yes, 25 words.
Hi, Eric. No, I'm just checking. Hi, Eric. We
We multiple syllables.
Yeah. We have come to Lost Khan. Currently staying in Sadie's Demise. What's happening with you? You can respond to this message.
Yeah.
Goodbye. From Tonk. Love Tonk.
Kisses.
You had 2 more words.
Oh, two more words. Love Tonk.
It's Tonk.
Tonk's regards.
The Satyrs' demise. I will be there soon. I'm not far away from there. I'll get you up to date shortly. Thank you for coming.
Okay. He sounds happy to see us. Well, sounds happy that we've come. He's going to meet us here.
Oh, okay.
We'll go from there.
Did you
Grab a couple of
say
drinks?
how long?
Yeah.
Like tonight?
He didn't say. He said shortly. So, it could be in 10 minutes. It could be tonight, dinner time.
Okay.
Also, I feel like shit. I think that Twisted Bird, the jerky that the Twisted Bird sold us, is like not sitting great with me.
Really?
Sold us, but
was-
it was free.
I was kind of like looking for some more. That's I
Well,
got
you can have, if we have any more, you can have my share. Because
I also feel fine.
yeah, I mean,
Can I do a medicine check on Tonk?
Sure.
9.
9. Taking his word for it. He looks a little
Kinda
bit
like-
sick around the gills, but
Hmm.
hard to tell.
just don't.
Maybe
yeah.
just a 24-hour bug. New city.
Hopefully something like that. I might. Where's my? Hang on. Where is it? Does this one do it? Nope, doesn't do it. Never mind. Oh wait, no, yes it does. Can I cast Lesser Restoration on myself?
Yes, you can.
Yay! Oh. Yeah, okay. Feeling much better.
Does that require touch?
Yeah, I touch myself. Yeah. It actually
Just wanted
does
to-
quite
Just wanted
touch.
to visualize.
I touch my I rub my belly. I'm like, oh no. It's like cast Lesser Restoration on my belly.
Imagine if you had lesser restoration, you'd abuse the heck out of that in real life. right?
Exercise that demon.
All the
Yeah,
time.
100%. Yeah. I mean, I don't know when I've ever been blinded, deafened, or paralyzed before, but anyway, or poisoned for that matter.
Well, if you're feeling better and we're just waiting around for Elric, I'm gonna get a drink.
Yeah, might get some food that's actually been cooked by a proper cook that I can pay proper money for. Get a proper feed.
Yeah, I feel like that.
All good and proper, like that.
I feel like the last time I've
Yeah.
had something to drink was in Fandelver.
I think you're right. We were too busy. Like, we seemed to get hired out by every man and his dog while we were in
True.
Neverwinter. As we walk into the tavern, is there anyone looking in our, peering in our direction, or that, seems off-put that we're here?
I would like in on that.
Roll a
too.
perception check. There are a few people in the tavern. It is late afternoon, so a lot of people have finished their work for the day and are relaxing in the tavern. So it's not like it's an empty space. And
6.
6. Can't really tell if anyone's actually kind of peering or looking at you specifically. There are people looking at you because, I mean, from what you said, as of right now, you guys are standing in the doorway, one rubbing your belly and having just spoken some words out loud.
Just
Um,
done 2 spells standing in the doorway.
Yeah, so there's definitely some looks going your way, but no one is actually like actively, I suppose, hard to tell if anyone's actively looking at you.
Are there any
But yeah.
dominant races?
Dominant, yep.
in the-
There's quite a few humans in there, a couple of dwarves sitting at a table, maybe one or two half elves sitting around, and there is a human male at the bar.
Okay. Well, I'm going to approach the man at the bar.
I'll be right there with you.
Sexist.
Cool.
What do you mean? What do we
Uh,
mean?
As you walk up to the bar, the man kind of finishes cleaning one of his glasses and, well, hello there. How can I help you?
Good day. Me and my friends are new to Last Khan here. We're just kind of order some drinks, but can you tell me a little bit about the city?
Oh, well, of course. Well, right now, I'm assuming you know that you're in the Cetus Demise, one of the best establishments in town, and it is located in the Blue District. But I'm assuming if you came in from the southern entrance, you would have walked past the Red Town. Red Town's home to most of the captains and the captain's court itself, as well as the Lord's Alliance. But a lot of the nobles live up that way, so we don't tend to fraternize many with up there. But across the river, you have the Yellow Quarter. Yellow Quarter is a bit of a rough and tumble area. A lot of the no goods live in that area. There is a few other places that are not too bad over there, but one of the temples that is over there is the Tower of the Arcane. It's a temple for Azuth. But I suppose, what else did you want to know?
How is the Lord's Alliance? What's the reception like for the community? Are they mostly seen as a organization that benefits the city, or
Well, to be honest, the Lord's Alliance don't really have much say in the city. The five high captains of Lost Khan mostly do a lot of the decision making. The Lord's Alliance is more of just a, I suppose, governing party of the city, and they tend to commune with the other cities, whereas the captains don't really bother with that sort of thing. They just manage the city by themselves.
5 high captains? You said.
Yes. Well, you've got Tyrell, you've got Baram, Kurth, Suljak, and Rethnor.
Yeah, definitely got all that.
Committed to memory.
What did
I'm sorry, did you say Soul Jack?
Suljak.
Suja.
Tyrell, Rethnor, Soul Jack, and there were 2 others.
Kuth,
Tyrell.
Kurth, Kurth, Rethnor, Tyrell, Baram.
Baram. Baram.
Yeah, so all of the captains live in in Red Town in the captain's court. But I mean, most of them don't even bother coming down into Blue District at all.
Well, I appreciate the information. I'm sorry, my name's Kira, by the way.
Well, very love to meet you. I'm Soma.
Hey, Ella. I'm like kind of behind
Soma.
the corner.
And he kind of looks around. Hello, little miss.
So,
Soma, we someone recommended the honey ale.
Yes.
Can I ask who recommended it?
Good question. Was it the guard that we came
guard,
Yeah, it was
across?
the
yeah.
guard.
In-
The guard.
sorry, it was the guard at the front.
It's
Yeah.
the south
At
gate.
the south entrance?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, as we entered the city in the south entrance, I didn't get his name. There was a guard posted at the south entrance.
Good to know. Good to know he's doing his job. That would be Mife. Mife, he's a local, and he grew up around the area, and he's always been good to the bar and the tavern. So it's
He
good.
spoke very highly of this place.
Oh well, good means he's doing his job.
Miffy.
Miffy.
Miffy. Oh,
Yes, that's how I read it. Let's go.
apologies. Yes, I think we'll take three honey ales then, please.
No problem. We'll get those sorted for you. Take a seat anywhere, and we'll bring them down to you.
What am I leaving in terms of payment?
3 silver.
Cool. All right.
So there's a few different tables available. It's not like packed out of the door where you can't get a seat, but there is a small section in one of the corners of the tavern that you are able to take a seat at. And after a few moments, Soma brings over the 3 tankards with this honey ale in it.
Thank you, Soma. Also, Miffy referenced. He said to come to you if we were looking for work, possibly hired mercenaries or something of the sort, adventurer work.
We can organize something. I'm a bit of a, I suppose, purveyor of work for some of the adventurers around here. So, yeah, if you guys are looking for some work, we can definitely get that sorted.
Yeah, I think we'll be in town for a little bit, but yes, well, it was good to meet your acquaintance anyway, and you'll be seeing us again.
Oh, absolutely. Whenever you're around, come jump back up, and we'll get you sorted.
Thank you, Soma. Thank you
try-
so much.
Try the honey ale. Does it meet expectations?
It does and goes above. This is a sweet yet hoppy beer ale.
How do you spell Soma?
Soma.
Mm-hmm. Okay, sorry.
So, I'm imagining Ale takes a sip of that as he's like starting to turn and walk away. And
What race? What race? What
He's
race
human.
is Soma? He's human. Okay.
He's human.
He's human. I love the callback.
Not
That's
that
amazing.
obvious.
That's amazing.
That's great.
That's
Not that
amazing.
obvious.
Flip it.
Flip Soma's name, and what's the name of the tavern?
Name of the tavern.
Sadist demise.
Oh my!
I love it.
Wow.
That's so good. I love that. That's
Right over
awesome.
my fucking head.
That's straight up my head too.
Yeah, I didn't catch that at all.
Did Amos have an accent?
No, Amos did not have an accent.
Oh, okay.
I even wrote it down. I've literally got Sadist Demise and Soma, S-O-M-A. S-O-M-A. And I didn't pick that up last week.
It's probably only about now when you guys are bringing your drinks back that you see a figure walk through the door with a dark cloak on, hood over, and cowl up. But even through that, you can see bits of kind of fur poking out. Though notably, the fur that you see looks white, not black.
Still like
I'm wearing my cloak that I got from the.
Yeah, you guys all are wearing cloaks that you got
We're
off the
all wearing
camping.
cloaks. Yeah, we're all wearing cloaks.
I'm assuming you
my-
would have decowed and
Yeah,
actually
yeah,
like
I
not
do
had
that.
your hoods up.
Yeah. Blessings.
you're still like 3'4", right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm still tiny. Like I'm still little. I walk in, hood up, cowl up. You can like barely see anything, but I am still 3.5 foot tall. And then like looking at looks around a little bit and just walks over towards your table.
Oh, hello, traveler.
Hello. I will sit with you, but I unfortunately cannot really show myself too much here. I
But I
do need
mean,
to be careful.
we found a picture of you. From I assume much younger days.
Not much younger, but yes, yeah.
Just
Some
also
time back.
to say that that wanted poster, very, very plain drawing. No color or
Mm.
anything like that.
Okay.
Kira fishes out the wanted poster. Ah, yes, the portrait is nothing to write home about, but and then I kind of she leans forward and kind of like whispers like, Ikathar.
Why don't we find somewhere more private? There's a bit to catch up on. Yes.
How
Yes.
are you traveling?
I've been better.
Are you
It's
Did you fall off another roof?
all pieces of you intact?
yes, but that's not.
You did.
You fell off. Oh God.
did.
I jumped out a window. I didn't fall off the roof.
I rolled for it. Kira's starting to get drunk.
One beer.
Off
One
of
beer.
half of
Which-
one beer.
because it was
We
very
jumped
sweet.
out.
Because it was very sweet, she kind of like just drank it a bit too quickly, and
We jumped out a window.
Kira doesn't drink a lot.
Well, should we look at getting rooms here, or have you got somewhere else that we can stay? Or
I don't have somewhere else to stay. I've
Okay.
been hiding, so
Well-
I've been staying outside of town and in amongst some old areas that I know.
I'll go get a room then, and I'm headed toward the bar.
cool.
Cool. So Soma's able to set you up with a room or two, depending on how many you wanted. It'll put you back 5 silver per night.
Oh, I'm like for
Yeah.
a moment I'm forgetting that that Talent gave me money, and I'm like doing the whole like patting my sides, like and then I'm like I put it over here. It's like here you go. Is there any? I think that we could do one room if that's okay. That's large enough for, I guess, maybe 3 beds, or maybe 2 beds and a floor or something like that. If that okay.
A floor would be good.
Yeah. See, yeah, it'd still be all of the rooms are exactly the same.
Yeah.
They're all 2 bedrooms and they're all 5 silver a night.
Easy.
Cool.
If I, yeah. That'll work great for us. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Real quickly though, and I'll lean like across the bar, like elbow on the bar. Is Lilio around?
He leans in a little bit closer to you and why do you ask?
I have business, and I'll slip a medallion from my pocket and kind of shade it in his direction.
Hi, she is. Not here though. She mostly hangs out around the Leaping Brewery out in Yellow District or in Yellow Quarters.
Okay.
Just be wary when you enter there. She's a guarded person.
Well, is it better to seek them out, or to kind of wait for them to contact me if they know where I'm in town?
If they know you're in town, I would wait for her to contact you.
Okay. And I'll kind of like loudly, or like more normal voice, as I lean back away from the bar. Yeah, one more ale, and I'll finish the tankard that I have, and grab another ale. Go. Actually, 4, if you don't mind.
Yeah, absolutely. And he gets 4 more honey owls done for you, and it'd just be another 4
Yeah.
silver.
Yep. And so I'll take that handful of ale, back to the table, with the room.
Cool.
Well, should we move this conversation
Mm-hmm.
to the room?
Super suggestive. Shall we take
I
us
mean,
upstairs?
Take us upstairs.
I thought you
Two-
never.
Yes, I
I
think
thought you
it's-
never asked.
Two,
Wink.
2 3-foot people and 2 3-foot males against like 2 6-foot females. Yeah, that's gonna go real well.
I don't know,
Wow.
maybe that's what you're into.
Hey.
We don't king shame.
Dominatrix.
Lift and carry.
Uppies.
Call it a wheelbarrow. Sorry. Continue.
Oh. Reverse wheelbarrow.
Oh God.
Let's go upstairs.
I'll hand each of you another ale. I don't know if anybody leaves it behind. You're not gonna hurt my feelings. So.
No, I
Grab
grab
one.
Let me roll.
it.
Oh, I missed.
Kira tries to grab it.
A little bit more.
Am I sort of like, I'm picturing myself as like grabbing this like tankard and it being the size of like the when Mary comes back to the table
Yeah.
with a pint.
You have to use 2 hands
This
for
is
sure.
a pint.
This
This is a pint. To come in pints.
You know how like little kids
Yeah.
walk around with their drinks and like it doesn't
Yeah.
matter what, they're always using 2 hands and like drinking it to their face. So imagine.
Yeah. Well.
So up to the room then, huh?
Up to the room, yes.
Oh my
gosh.
goodness. At what point do I?
Like to
All right, Elric.
Cool.
Spill your beans.
Um,
Also, and I'd punch him in the shoulder for leaving without
He's
us.
unconscious.
Wait, you didn't realize he had 1 hit point.
I wasn't doing it to wound.
Just kind of takes it, and then
Yeah,
it's just
up.
like, well, as you may have figured from the poster, I have some history back here. I'll save you all the boring details. For my teenage life, I was raised by raised in the Ikathar household. And it was mostly a wonderful time. Tyvar was a very kind man. And he was the one that actually taught me how to wield the rapier and taught me with the pistol. His son, Iston, was always a greedy man. And when Iston got jealous of the time and the training that I was getting, he confronted his father. And in the ensuing altercation, ended up killing him.
It's awful.
Yes, it is. He was able to pin the blame on me.
Ow.
I guess the part to mention is that I had only recently been made Ikathon in name. Until then, I was raised as Lightpaw, and I was a slave. So when all of a sudden the slave gains favor and then the master dies, well, it's much easier to point it towards me, especially when you have the help of some relatively powerful friends.
Does Iston have standing in this city?
Not so much in the city as much as the underworld. He always dealt with shady people. And as much as that should point more to him being the one that did it, unfortunately it also allows you to pay the right people, I assume.
Mm.
It was his narrative that was believed, and so I fled. That was a couple of years ago now, and I've been on the run from what happened. Obviously didn't travel far, and when I heard what Iston had started to do to the Ikathar name, I thought that maybe I'd needed to end it once and for all.
And what exactly has he been up to?
He's been slave trading again.
How did you hear about this?
When we asked when we were down at Neverwinter, found out that he was in some dealings, and since I've been up here, I've done some asking and some, I guess, scouting, so to speak. Found out what I needed to know, and then I attempted to carry out my plan.
So Iston's dead now because you're alive.
No, he's not.
Oh.
And that's when Elric will at this point, take off his hood and pull down his cowl. And the first thing that you notice, probably straight up, his facial structure is the same, but all of his fur is actually like this grey-white with these black rings over it. I know I look different. Hiding my color was something I did to stay a little more obscure. People start talking about a short black tabaxi, and it raises no eyebrows towards Iston. But this is how I actually look, and unfortunately, and he kind of flicks up at his ear, and you can see a cutout in it that looks relatively fresh. I didn't get away unscathed, and only just made it out with my life. I gave a few good blows back, but not enough to put him down like I would have liked.
But you got away.
Yes, I did. Been trying to work out what I do from here. His guard was relatively low when I attacked, and I still couldn't take him. And it's not so low anymore.
Okay.
So this is how you really look.
Yes.
I like it.
Well, I come from further north, and I guess we were born to live in the snow.
So when we had noticed your fur was darker that time, you dyed it again? What did you do?
Yes, I'd re-dyed. It was quite a process, but I had to regularly keep my fur black to to try to hide my appearance. My name was never one that I was too worried about. But
So, what's your next move?
Our next move.
Thank you, Ella. Yes. What's our next move?
I still do not wish to drag you into this. If something goes wrong, and then I will be put up for murder of 2 nobles. I will pay that cost if it means taking out Iston, but I cannot drag you into it. This is why I left in the first place. I will take some help, but
Well,
you cannot be involved in killing him.
there's there's a popular saying that you can't drag the willing. Ayala says with confidence, having no idea if that's an actual saying. And I, I tend to feel like I overreach a lot and speak for the group, but you're a brother. In the same way that you're protecting your family, helping you would be helping family in my mind.
She's right. I don't know about Kira, but I'm in, and there is no dragging. I will walk to whatever end we need to. You've helped us a lot.
But I cannot ask you to risk murder charges.
You're not asking us. We came here because you needed help. We knew that you needed help. That's why we're here. If we weren't here, then we wouldn't need to have this discussion. But we are, and
if we make it out, that's 3 witnesses that it wasn't murder. It was self-defense.
Correct.
That's relatively hard to pull off when you go into someone's home.
Not if we have a possible slave that we have to sell him and it goes bad.
Or a bounty to cash in.
Or a bounty to cash in. There's a couple of plans we could look at.
That could work.
My insides feel warm.
Oh, Kira.
I do a medicine check on myself.
With disadvantage.
You can do a Constitution saving throw.
That's what I've been doing.
Okay.
I just rolled a 4.
You are pretty well drunk.
Canonically, a massive lightweight.
Derek's just sitting in the background, just rolling his eyes.
I forget, like, Derek's always been there. I'm kind of looking down the room and I kind of see him for a second. I'm like, oh, Jesus.
The Dwight Angelo scene.
I hadn't looked over there for a while. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus.
Forgive me, and it probably just my ignorance, not really thinking anything but myself, but slavery. I didn't know that. I mean, I assumed probably on very minimum scale that it was still happening, but like that's not a common thing. Not easy to pull off, is it?
That's probably more common than you'd think. It may not go by that name. They may be servants. But trade still exists, especially in the upper echelons of society.
Is it? Would we know whether that's like frowned upon, accepted, or whatever?
Eric's correct, or Dale's correct. It's not known as slavery. It's known as
it's like done in the open. It's not,
helpers, or it's known as servants, sort of thing. They're not known as slaves. But in the random event, or in the rare chance that someone is referred to as a slave, yes, it is. It is frowned upon.
Right.
So to accuse someone of
to accuse someone of slavery, yes, it is a serious accusation. Absolutely.
Is this something where we could, I don't know, gain some intel and dob him in?
We could try.
I mean, if you don't want us to be in trouble for murder, then maybe we don't have to kill him. Maybe we can, get someone else to kill him in jail.
It is possible. It's very possible. Hmm.
I mean, I don't have any problem. If this guy's slave trading, I have no problem in, like, putting my hands up to his throat and letting the ruby sorcerers take his body.
I've murdered for less, to be honest.
Hell, that's not something I would be so proud about.
I mean, murder is. I mean, I know it's a harsh word, but like, when we take the justice into our own hands,
I care little for
perspective-
justice at this point. This is revenge.
Well,
You
What do
can
you say,
see it
Kira?
however you wish.
do you want to go shoot someone?
Oh, does could we find out where he's holding some slaves, servants? Rescue them, use them as testimony against him.
Or
Strength
use
in
that?
numbers, all that.
From experience, it's not quite that easy. Even if we got them out, most would be too scared to say that they weren't just servants. This is a livelihood that you are raised in and beaten for, to be told that you are just a servant.
Yeah. Is there? I mean, I don't want this to seem insensitive. Is your kind specifically targeted, or is there people of all types
No, it's
sold into slavery?
all types, depending on what's needed or wanted, or my family was born into it. Born as servants. But barely more than barely treated as anything. Just a property to be dealt with.
That makes me really sad.
It wasn't exactly a fun time.
Eric, just quickly, do you need healing, or are you
No,
okay
I'm
at the moment?
fine right now.
Yeah.
The duel that we had was a couple of nights ago, and I've been resting
Right.
since then.
Okay,
It was
fair enough. Thought I would check.
I appreciate that. I managed to keep myself mostly in one piece. Plays with his ear a little bit. Unfortunately, I lost my rapier, which is a bit of a pain. You look down and he's got like this. You see the rapier on his hip, and it's like just this old piece of crap.
Huh.
Like
a very different
it does the
rapier
job.
than-
Yeah, like what was like this elegant, nice rapier is just like this kind of beaten up, very much just like a, just an old beaten up rapier. We'll see if I can get that back, but that'll be something for, I guess, another time. Probably not another time, but
I guess we just need to decide how we go about this. Do we want to kill him, or do you? Obviously, you want to kill him, Elric,
yes.
or see him be killed. If it's not by you, see him be killed.
I want his stain removed from the Ikathan name.
Any other
Is
Brothers or
there
sisters?
anything?
No, he is the last blood relative.
The only problem I see with killing him is that it doesn't absolve you of the charges that you that are against you.
I don't think there's any way to absolve them at this point.
Is there a way
Hmm.
that we can think of to get Iston to admit that it wasn't you?
He'd have to admit it to another party, to someone important. We'd have to capture him and have him somehow forced to confess. I'd happily get it out of him.
Would that be sufficient? His confession? Or would they ask for
Mm,
evidence?
Probably not if I did it with a knife at his throat.
Yeah.
What about like a signed
Affidavit.
confession? Yeah. A signed confession. Is that something that would be taken by
Doesn't
by
necessarily have to be
the
him either.
5? Well, this is
He has 2 friends that have always been by his side. I assume they know.
okay.
Perhaps one of them could be persuaded.
Because obviously we want to. Yes, we want to get revenge. But I mean, to have you absolved and exonerated would be ultimate.
Be ideal.
Yeah. Obviously, that doesn't always happen, but.
Hmm.
Who would. Do you think maybe. Would it be Soma who'd be better to speak to, or would it be. What's the name of the guy who's at the Lord's Alliance here in
Mayville.
Mayville? Do you have a relationship with Mayville, Eric?
Ben?
No.
No.
No, any kind of relationship that you did have with the Lord's Alliance probably has changed since your, I suppose, wantedness. That's the wrong word. I just couldn't think of the right word.
Infamy.
Yeah. And for all you know, that may not have been the same Lord's Alliance member back when Tyvar was alive. That's to say, even if Tyvar had a connection with the Lord's Alliance while he was in the Last Khan. So, no, to be honest, your standing in Last Khan is not enough anymore to kind of know anyone
Yeah.
that would outweigh your brother's like name.
Yeah. I think we would be on our own for this.
Okay.
Unless there's perhaps one organization that we might be able to use.
Who's that?
What's the name again?
Harpies.
The Harpies.
Okay. What are they slightly nefarious in dealings?
No.
Okay.
Haven't we met one already? Pretty sure we have.
Yeah.
Not the Harpies, it's the Sparrows, isn't it?
No, it's the Harpies.
Is it?
They referred to. Who referred to them?
Pretty sure the girl from the Shrine of Luck.
Yeah.
It feels like it was a little while ago. Are they the people that like just want good? Like they like lawful good people?
Harpers, sorry.
Harpers. Yeah.
Harpers.
Yeah, aren't they
And
referred
yes,
to in the,
Gariel. Sister Gariel.
D&D movie?
Yes.
Mm.
She was a member of the Harpers.
The Harpers might be our best bet. I
Okay.
know that Tyvar had an affiliation with them. It's possible they may know more, or I mean, my hope is that he told someone about me. If not, we could be opening up another can of worms if they think I am the murderer.
Yeah.
But I don't have to be the one to meet with them, so
Yeah. I wonder if it would be worth. Who posts the wanted information?
I think it's whoever needs to put the bounty up.
Right.
Whoever is.
It's Iston would be the person interested in.
Iston may not have been the one to put it up. It was quite a public.
Yeah. So general knowledge around wanted posters or just general town notice boards is they are so generally put up by whoever the requester is, but on more official, like wanted posters, for example, the one against Iano, that probably would have been put up by Mayville as a Lord's Alliance member.
Right.
The one against Elric probably would have been put up by one of the five high captains.
Right.
Whether that was the same one that was there, it was a few years ago, things like that. So
It doesn't say it on the form.
no, correct. None of them actually say who the requester is, but most of them say where to bring them, and like for Iona, it says bring them to the Lord's Alliance house. Bring it to the captain's court for other types of wanted posters, that sort of thing.
Okay, so
And general knowledge would just assume you take them to the whatever town keep there would
Yeah.
be. That's where you would take a criminal.
so maybe instead of we wouldn't take Elric there, obviously, but maybe we can go glean some more information from the wanted poster to find out who posted it, and then find out exactly what knowledge they have,
Mhm.
and
like that.
see what Iston has told them lie-wise, and then we might have a way to move forward from there.
It sounds like a plan. Probably either that or I've still been scoping the place out at night. It is possible that we can sneak in and
Tuk, tuk, tuk.
So, since your last altercation with Iston, you have noticed that the guard patrols have stepped up quite a bit on the Ikathar estate. So it would appear that he's hired mercenaries of some sort to act as guards right now. And you've noticed that there are a few patrolling the inner workings of the estate, and that there are a few posted on the entrances of the estate itself. You don't know what it looks like from the inside now, but based on the fact that you can see some on the outside now, you'd say that there's now more of a
presence.
guarded force.
I will
There's
caution.
a couple of secret passages to get in that wouldn't require us to climb fences or the likes.
I just know that with anything stealthy, I'm gonna struggle.
Understandable.
There's
So
ways around that.
I'm
would
more
be
of a maybe I could be the distraction.
Yeah.
Maybe draw
Yes.
some people out. But let's maybe in the morning. Well, I'm assuming it's like hours. Have we? How?
Oh, I
last
don't
while we-
like the idea of doing that, but it could work. There's a building attached to the outside of the manor. We could torch it.
Yep. Yep. Are we talking about doing this tonight, or are we talking about doing this tomorrow? Tomorrow night. Do we want to gain some information first, or
We
do we
can
want
get
to
some information
do we
first.
want to
but
just go in without a plan? Because I'm down to go in without a plan, and we'll just see where the chips fall. Kira's down, aren't you, Kira?
I think we have to wait. I think at the very least we have to wait till Kira's sober.
I
Yeah.
I-
don't know.
I do-
In the back of my head.
do think
moment.
that
One moment, please.
ultimately it's up to you, Elric, but
Nat 20.
Kira
So
instantly.
you've recovered. She's sobered up real quick.
Instantly.
That,
We're going to set
elvish
fire to something. Oh.
metabolism.
I blacked out. What happened?
Where are we?
Like
So
I
weird.
was-
I've never experienced anything like that before.
Like I was saying, I think it's up to Elric, but just thinking about talking to more people, I worry
Could raise
that
suspicions further.
for those of us that are unknown, it would take away a fair amount of element of surprise. The more we go asking about,
I'm just trying to think of ways that we can exonerate.
That's quite clever.
If I agree, Kira, I'm with you.
I mean, there's nothing stopping us trying to exonerate me
How
once
much have you
this
had
is
to
all
drink,
done.
Ian?
Yeah, but if Iston's dead, it's very hard to get information out of him that's going to exonerate you.
You should drink more.
I'm sure there's something we can manage.
yeah, and
Okay.
on the scale of the things that you want, exoneration, where does that lie over revenge?
Bottom of the list. I can
All
always
right.
go. I can always go somewhere else and live somewhere else if I have to.
Let's go torture building. Are we doing this tonight?
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, we're doing this tonight. Kira's sobered
Just meditated for like 5 minutes. Everyone was talking and just kind of
All right.
metabolized.
We're
how
doing
are you-
it.
I know you used a few spells. I know you used a spell to contact me. How are you with your magic?
I mean, we haven't done anything else today. I'm good.
Excellent.
Okay. I'm assuming you wait a little bit for it to probably get a little bit further into the night.
Mhm.
A lot of you hear people kind of filtering out of the Satyrs' demise from the tavern floor, peeping like an eye out the window. You can see people are starting to head to their homes, and some of the taverns themselves are closing, things like that. And it probably gets to closer to the middle of the night
Before everything closes, I want to go down to Soma, and I want to ask him for a bottle of his highest strength alcohol.
He will be able
Not
to
a bottle,
provide you
sorry,
with
a barrel
a barrel.
if he's got it.
He would definitely have it.
He's like, I don't want to clean that room after you.
Yeah, he's like a little bit curious. Roll a persuasion check to actually talk him into giving you a barrel of his highest, best kind of alcohol. I'm assuming alcoholic.
How's a 23 sound?
Okay, so he does give in and kind of agree to giving you a barrel of his kind of best alcoholic
Doesn't
liquor,
have to be his best,
probably.
just needs to be his strongest.
It'd probably set you back a gold or two
that.
to do
Is that
so.
all?
I mean, a gold is like $100 in. Oh, it's
No,
actually,
gold-
yeah, it's,
Like
Gold's
a barrel, though. Like
is
that's the
it?
thing.
Oh, 10? 10 silvers make a gold.
yeah, 10 silvers make a gold. Oh,
Yeah,
so,
but like,
yeah.
and like one
Oh,
silver
yeah,
is
it's
like
probably
a thing of meat.
closer to 10 gold to actually.
Yeah.
for it,
No worries, done.
mate. But with the amount of gold you guys have, I don't even.
Yeah, 1 gold. Give us 10 barrels. We're gonna fucking send this thing to the moon.
We're
So
not
I'm
going
gonna.
to go in afterwards. We're just going to watch him burn.
I have about 20 rounds on me. I'm gonna take 10 and empty out the powder inside into
And
a
empty it
pile.
into.
Not
empty
into.
it into a
Empty
pile.
it into like a pile on something and
Sure.
tie that off.
Sure. So you make like a little baggie of gunpowder.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, shit balls. This is going to
Just so I know, what building are you aiming for?
The church.
Okay, right.
Oh, we're going to blow up a church.
It was what I thought it was, but I just wanted to make sure.
Oh, no. Tonk is immediately against this plan.
Well, you don't know it's a church just yet.
You don't know
We'll
that.
get there.
Oh,
The other
no.
question is also the guardhouse, which is the one I'm tempted to hit.
Wait. On the other side.
No, the one right near the church, on like the top left.
Yes, that is the guardhouse. Yes.
Yeah.
Which is half kind of
Exposed.
Yes. But okay, so it's around midnight by the time you guys are kind of ready to head out and head to the estate where Elric leads you through Blue District over the river and into the Yellow Quarters, where he takes you to a pretty cordoned off estate, and I can actually kind of show you. So this is the map of Laskan.
Ooh.
When it loads.
Whoa.
So he would most likely take you across the center bridge, through like out of the Blue District into the Yellow Quarters, and there's a large estate with walls surrounding it. You can see in kind of the center there. That is the Ikathar estate.
Okay.
So this is not something that is kind of hidden away. It is inside the city, surrounded by blocks and suburbs around this area. But that would be where Elric leads you to. And as you kind of approach, you are greeted with the estate that looks like this.
Whoa.
So what Elric then shows you and leads you to the side of is a church outside of the estate's walls, which is on this side over here. You see just a regular standard kind of looking church. On the top, you do see an anvil. Jamie, you recognize this as the symbol for Gond, the god of the forge. And you do also see this, they're not hiding or anything like that, but you see guards patrolling, particularly around this path around the church, but you also see them at like the certain gates and then inside the estate as well.
Oh.
So I'm assuming you've had to roll this barrel, or are you like dual carrying this barrel?
I'm assuming like not like 40-gallon barrel, like what you'd have like
Like
Right,
what
a
you
small
see-
a
like a
small black
port-
powder keg
port
type
barrel.
Yeah.
Sure.
A port barrel.
Okay, gotcha.
So-
Right.
Strap it to Derek.
As we've gotten closer, I've just thought that there's a second target we can hit. So we can
Don't
either
hide it.
hit one of these buildings here. The other option, which will definitely get guards to it quickly. There's a secret passage that leads into the storehouse, where they keep most of their food and supplies.
Okay.
If we get this in there, blow it, it'll set fire to everything pretty quickly and give us a decent distraction to try to get up inside.
I mean, that, for me personally, that sounds better than blowing up a church.
Makes you feel better. It's derelict and they haven't used it in 2 years.
It does make me feel better.
Something that they care
Um,
about seems more.
In derelict. my
Yeah,
fault.
agreed.
Huh?
Drunk again. I'm
I
sorry,
agree
dude.
with. Ayala's on
Drink is
one
too heavy.
tonight. Ayala's on one tonight.
What did you
Just that-
say?
I think it was the jerky, man. Like I ate this jerky, and since then, like I feel like I'm just really confident in what I know. And
Definitely, I'm not going to cast
What
this
it-
restoration on you. Blowing up something that's going to mean something to them is going to be more effective.
True.
So,
Well, storehouse it is.
storehouse it is.
Okay. So Eric then leads you kind of around the backside of the estate, where you find a partial secret entrance to kind of like an underground pathway.
I'll go on ahead and make sure that they haven't posted anyone as guard.
Cool. You can roll a stealth check. I'm gonna have to turn on Fog of War here.
17.
Cool.
bad.
Give me 1 second. Reveal. Okay. So, Eric, you take a look in, and you realize it's clear there's no one in the lower storage room of this this area, but it is filled with like barrels of food and wine and ale and things like that. And you lead the rest of the group in. I'm not going to bother adding tokens because it's not relevant just yet. But you are now in the underground basement section of the storehouse.
Is the roof of this section stone or wood?
This would only be wood.
Okay.
Perfect.
Did
That'll
you
work.
check upstairs as well, or did you only check the basement?
I will go up and check upstairs as well.
Okay, cool.
Like just like sneak, like see if there's anyone standing up there.
Yeah, there's not standing anyone in the upstairs storeroom. But outside, you're not sure.
Yeah. Can I make a perception check to see if there's any like lantern lights of like people walking around nearby?
Sure, go for it.
No, I see nothing.
Okay.
It's a 5.
Oof.
Hard to tell. But you're in the basement, or you have the storeroom, basement and ground level, to do what you would like.
I have a tinder box.
So do I.
Wonderful. I will pull out a bit of rope that I've got, and like douse it in the liquid, and then run it out to the door, and put that barrel on top of anything that looks something that looks flammable, which is, by the sounds of it, a lot of the barrels and hay and stuff that's just strewn about.
Absolutely. So just so I've got this clear, you've got this port barrel of liquor, and you've got your little baggie of gunpowder, which you then put a small rope piece leading out of and then into
Yeah.
the barrel itself. So it's like a bit of a fuse.
Yeah.
All right.
So would not work. So's not gonna work.
Well, no, it actually probably would work by the way you've done this.
Okay.
Because I mean, if the twine or the rope is soaked in
Yeah, that's true.
some sort of oil or liquid, it probably wouldn't be very slow like a fuse would be. It would kind of just go. Poof.
Are we ready to
But
do this?
I am gonna make you roll a. I'll do intelligence. I think intelligence is probably what you would need to
Can
roll.
I be there to help him? Like,
Yeah,
set it
yep.
all
You can
up?
provide the help up.
Yeah,
Action,
yeah.
absolutely.
Cool. Advantage.
Intelligence isn't bad. Intelligence check or saving throw?
Check. It's not a saving throw.
11
Advantage.
11.
with advantage.
Oh damn.
With advantage. Okay.
Right.
You are unsure, but you think that you've done good enough for this fuse to function as you think it should.
All right, Tonk. You get out. I'll light it and then run because I'm faster.
Okay, that's good. Pass over the tinder box and run.
Right. So the three of you then filter out of the secret entrance, or are you going upstairs into the estate? Which way are you going?
Back
Out of
out.
the secret.
Back out of the secret
Oh,
entrance.
This
Yeah.
thing's about to catch fire.
All right, back
A
out
lot
of the
of
secret
fire.
entrance. Are you just waiting outside of the entrance, or are you heading back to a certain area? Where are you heading?
That's a good question.
Just
We should
I'll
stay
probably
drag
near
you
the-
back to.
Tonk, just
Yeah.
stay near the wall. Once the fire's started, we'll make our move from there.
Okay.
All right.
I'll go back and relay that to Ella and Kira.
Cool. So you guys are just waiting outside the estate walls, waiting for kind of the next direction.
Yep.
Elric?
I'm gonna light it, and I'm gonna run.
Oh shit balls.
Okay. So you strike the tinderbox and you set your little black powder baggie alight, and then sprint like hell, move, action, dash,
Yep,
bonus
everything.
action, everything as fast as you can out. I'm going to roll to see what happens. Okay. You sprint like hell out of the underground tunnel and back out to where your three friends wait,
Do we hear
and you
anything?
don't hear anything.
Oh, crap.
Oh no.
I'm gonna go back down and have a look.
As you take a step back in, a massive air wind hits you and you kind of get blown back. And there is a huge bang and rumble, and there is very visibly a plume of smoke emanating from the storehouse, and you hear yelling, and guards start running in the direction of the storehouse.
Okay, follow me. And I'm gonna lead everyone around the side here.
Mhm.
And come around to the far side. And I want to jump over near the cart area here.
Sure. This wall is pretty high, so I'm going to need an athletics check from everyone to try and scale
I-
it and get over.
And
I've got a grappling hook.
You got a grappling hook?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
okay. I was gonna
So
say,
that will
I'm
give you a
quite tall, so I can help everybody and
Is
be
it
the last
advantage
one
or
over.
is it just like climbing a rope?
no.
'Cause
So
it's-
this would be
oh, do I need to throw it?
this would be advantage then to be able to then use the grappling hook to help you get up over the wall.
Did you say athletics?
Athletics or acrobatics, your choice.
Oh, thank goodness. With advantage?
With advantage.
Oh, crap.
Oh my
No.
goodness, come on.
Got a 22.
Yeah, no problem.
10.
A 10. Okay.
10.
20. 30, 20.
20. Perfect.
19 for Kira, nat 20 for Derek.
Oh my goodness.
Why does that? That doesn't surprise me anymore.
He has a climbing speed. Derek ignores. Well, you
Jumps
can't
over.
use the grappling hook, obviously.
If you've
so-
ever seen that deer
He just
jump over
jumps over.
things,
Sorry, it's
insane
flavored
how
more
high they
as
can
that
jump.
he's able to kind of do like back up and then like a 2-step off the wall and kind of bound over it, the wall itself.
And he does a backflip.
But everyone makes it over, but Tonk, you struggle, and as you are kind of getting halfway up this probably 8-foot tall wall, you slip and fall back down.
8 foot tall. Can't we just reach down and grab him?
Try again.
But yeah, okay, maybe it's a bit taller than 8 foot. But it's not more of, you can try again, but each obviously attempt you doing so is
Can I?
a chance that someone sees
Yeah,
you.
no, I know.
Yeah.
I'm
I
trying.
had- real quick, I had said that I was gonna, since I'm the tallest, I was gonna wait to go until everyone was over. So if I
It would just give him
boost
advantage here. He
again,
has
yeah,
advantage.
Okay, 16.
Okay, 16 is enough. You do manage with the help of Ayala kind of cupping and squeezing and pushing up as you move up.
Cupping and squeezing.
Oh, that was fingernail. Oh,
yeah, it's like groping an uncle, huh?
wow.
You do manage to kind of
That
pull
ring of
yourself
warmth.
up over this wall, and all four of you are now inside the estate.
Right. Is there anyone around?
Roll a perception check for those who would like.
$17.
30.
Okay. Tonk, you have you do see some guards running off in the direction of the storehouse. Kira, what you also see is that
I see the
there
future.
that there are a couple of guards at certain entrances to the actual manor itself that are staying where they are posted, particularly in this area here at this door, and on this balcony over here.
I
But these
don't-
ones that are like over here, here, and here have all started moving towards the storehouse.
Hmm.
Where is the storehouse? Steph, interesting. Okay, right.
So
Cool.
that's where the explosion has come from. This is where
Yeah.
the church is over here,
Gotcha.
and you guys have scaled the wall over here.
Yeah.
Do we see anyone on this balcony?
There is
As
no
we-
one on that balcony.
How high up is it?
That's where we need to get.
How do you
Okay.
Yeah, the second story is about 15 feet, I say, and you just see him like kind of rub his ribs.
Oh, when we what did we jump over this wall here?
Yep.
Yeah.
So did we see these guys here?
No, so that these guys were just here more of like to give you an idea as like the patrolling guards.
Yeah.
These guys are on the outside of the wall. They probably wouldn't have seen you just based that there was foliage and like trees around. Like this is just more obviously you have to use a bit of an imagination there, but no, they didn't see you there.
All right. Well,
I
to the
pull like
balcony.
as we get over, I'm gonna pull my grappling hook off. That balcony, let's go.
Before we do anything, I'm going to pull out my little blue potion
Sure.
Please tell me it's
Wow.
invisibility.
and I'm going to drink it.
Okay.
Okay.
I have no idea what it does.
The birds gave
Um,
us rotten meat, dude. Like,
How to explain
Oh,
this to you?
On the chance that it's good, I want to use it. I die
Uh,
instantly.
What
Okay.
have you done?
as you pop the cork for this shimmery blue looking liquid,
Yeah.
you feel much warmer in your chest, and the staff that you're clutching
Yeah.
and the amulet that you or like necklace that you have
Yeah.
start to glow red.
Okay.
And
Emanating light?
no, not emanating light. It's just a very dull glow.
Okay, good.
But you now have the spell commune for 1 hour.
Wait. I think we can actually use that right now.
Holy crap, we can use that right now. Hang on, I need to look it up. I need to look it up.
That was rolled for as well, Jamie. It was random.
Holy crap, that's incredible. You contact your deity or a divine proxy and ask 3 questions to be answered that can be answered with yes or no. You must ask your questions before the spell ends. You receive a correct answer for each question. Do we do this now, or is it like...
yeah, we spend the
do it.
next 50 minutes in the bush next to the side of the wall while the building burns.
I think we have to do this later.
The
we
duration's a
have to-
minute.
we have to-
The duration's a minute.
Once you cast
The
the spell-
For
duration-
the next hour you can cast it.
Yeah, the next hour you can cast it, but you've got that spell for the next hour, basically.
available
Yeah.
to you.
Yeah.
So if we get out within the hour, you're good. You can cast it. Otherwise, we have to do this right now. We can't do this right now.
Oh, that's so... Okay, righto. Yep, all right, let's go.
Yeah, I'll lead them all, trying to be stealthy
Stealthily.
over to the
I'll
balcony
need a
and
group
like,
stealth check, please.
Shit.
Honk, you're fine.
Yeah, right.
You're good, buddy. Just cough over the
No,
noise.
I'm not good.
Just do the whole silently fart.
it's a group check.
It is a group check.
5.
Okay.
23.
Okay.
Derek
I rolled a
12.
Just FYI, I rolled a
Oof.
2 and a 3.
Why'd you? Oh, you have to roll disadvantage.
Disadvantage. Yeah.
26.
21 for Kira.
21 and
Okay.
26.
Jesus.
Okay.
You just beat the perception check. The average for your 5 rolls was 17. I rolled a 16 on perception.
Ooh.
Okay.
So you guys successfully managed to. Well, actually, you tell me this: the building that you are behind, there is a back entrance and a front entrance. You would notice, Elric. Would you make your way through that building because you know it as being the workshop, or would you just avoid it and just kind of head around and up to the balcony?
Did I see anyone in there? If we look in
No.
through the windows, can we see anything? I'd go
No.
through there.
You'd go through it. Cool.
Yeah.
So you'd head into what you know as the workshop, and it is filled with boxes, and majority of it is covered with tarps and things like that. Do you take time to spend here, or do you just head straight out?
Oh, I want to look inside one of the boxes. What's in there?
I'll
You
help
reckon
him.
these?
Yeah.
You
Ah.
recognize these as parts
Oh,
to your specific pistol.
lots of them.
Lots of them. These are individual parts, mass produced,
Ooh.
basically.
And I'll
Yeah,
Tonk, bag of holding. And
that's
and we'll-
terrifying.
Do you want to grab some stuff?
There are too many to fit in the bag of holding. Like this is filled with boxes.
Are there bullets?
There are no bullets.
There's no ammunition.
Is
No ammunition.
there... So when you say parts, if like is it like a box is like one
So you
gun?
think of it as like a box filled with like the revolver section of a pistol.
Right.
Another box filled
Yeah.
with barrels. Another box filled with like handles. Like there are different parts used to mass produce
Yeah.
these pistols, filled up in this storehouse.
What do you
or
want to
in this
do, Eric?
workshop.
Do you want to light it, or do you want to... Is there plans anywhere? Can I look for plans?
Sure. Roll an investigation.
I'll help him look.
Natural
As
20.
well.
Oh,
Natural 20. There is definitely plans here. There are instructions on how to make this pistol.
What do you want with it,
Grab
Eric?
the plans. Grab the plans. Torch it. Torch
Okay.
it all.
Plans in
This
the
is
bag of
not
holding
what he wanted.
and tinderbox and light up.
I've got my lantern. I'm gonna pour my lantern oil all over everything, over as much as I can.
I think I have
Sure.
actual like oil for burning too. No, never mind. I'm thinking something else. My fault.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean, a lantern oil would be enough to start the
Okay.
fire. You just have to hope that it's enough to actually progress into more of a fire. That being said,
specifically been sets of
yeah.
plans, one set of plans, sets of plans.
There's just one set of plans. And that thing was not easy to find. It was well hidden inside the boxes. Specifically, it did, for that to happen, it did take you probably a good 5 to 10 minutes of
Well,
looking around in
Oh,
these
shit.
boxes to
Okay.
find it.
While he's
Yeah.
looking,
And
Can
by the
it be look-
time that this
Yeah, go
has
ahead.
been completed, you notice that the storehouse fully ablaze now. This thing is a full engulfed torrent of fire, basically, in the corner. And there are more people running outside now. And there are kind of guards trying to throw buckets of water from anywhere they can. You actually do hear them running quite close to you because the cistern is right next to where this workshop is.
Yeah, that may have been a mistake.
But upon
Okay.
leaving this workhouse, I will need another group stealth check.
So leave, and just as we're leaving, I'll like flick a match in there.
And crank. Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
Double natural 20. Double natural 20. Oh,
Wow, exactly the same.
I
natural
rolled a
20.
Yeah.
nat 20 on my perception.
I rolled a
Shit.
that one.
Kira rolled in that one.
Okay, we're fucked.
Okay.
Derek rolled 12 again, but I don't think
and I rolled a 12 as well.
So, after you guys take a bit of time to look through these boxes, you find the parts, you find these instructions, you spread some oil out of some lanterns and whatever materials that you can find to try and build like a little fire starter set. And then the three of you, Tonk, Kira, and Ayala, you step outside like the front entrance of this this workshop, and Elric, as you step out, you flick your match or your tinderbox into the little pile you've made, and it starts to go up, and you can see, just taking a second, it does start to catch, and you're like, cool, I've done a good thing here. And the four of you, as you kind of turn around, you do now see someone on that balcony that has stepped out to look at the blazing fire and see the four of you exiting the workshop.
So where are we specifically right now on the map?
You guys are here.
Oh, okay.
I'm not going to roll. We might roll initiative, who knows? But I will put your tokens on there now.
How far is he from us?
I'll tell you in 1 sec.
Please tell me you've got whole
like
person or
40
something.
foot or something. Wow, Tonk's huge.
Yeah, it always does it when I drag his icon. for some
The
reason.
moment we step out and I see him, I cast hold person.
Sure, just give me 1 sec. I just have to make sure. And then Derek. Okay.
That's close enough. It's like 60 feet, right? Whole person.
Yep. Yep.
All right, cool. He's hovering above the the balcony.
Sick.
So yeah, so at this range, you're definitely, I would say, in range, even with the adjustment for vertical as well. It's a 60-foot range, right?
Yep.
Yep, cool. What do you need from me?
Let me look.
Wisdom.
Yeah, wisdom.
Wisdom.
It's a wisdom save. Yeah. Yeah, wisdom save. Come on.
That would be a 8.
It's fail.
That's
No, sorry,
fail.
a 10. A 10.
Fail.
Sorry, you as you guys step out, he's kind of pointing at you, yelling something. It's a little bit unfamiliar, but it's only along the lines of intruder. Elric, you recognize this person as Zardoc.
Oh shit. Okay.
He was in that area of the building and heard the fire starting and went to the closest balcony. But he is now held for the duration of that spell.
Yep.
What are you guys doing?
I'm gonna bolt up there and try and stab him. I know who that is. Like he needs to die.
Sure.
I'll follow his lead. So I'm kind of like,
There's no one
So
else.
we're gonna roll initiative now.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
that was
that's
basically
fair.
Surprise.
just the start of like a bit of a surprise round. He probably wasn't super prepared for a hold person spell to come straight at him from these 4 people. So we'll roll initiative.
There wasn't anyone else up on that balcony that we noticed, was
No,
there?
he was the only one. So I think I'll just roll for him now. And then actually no, I'll do the guards as well. Yeah, okay, so for him.
Dice everywhere. Couldn't I use that dice instead?
Okay.
Rolled shit.
Me too.
So yes, okay. All right. 25 to 20. Nope.
Nope.
15 to 20.
15. Am I the highest here?
Seems like
Cool.
For the 15.
10 to 15.
it. 10.
12.
11.
10, 11, 12.
Moved.
Yeah.
10, 11, 12. Yep.
That's right. He's held and he can't do anything until the end of his turn. He can roll to save at the end of his turn.
Who had 11?
Me. Tonk.
Does he roll to save when he takes damage?
It doesn't say. It says at the end they're paralyzed. The target must succeed in a wisdom saving throw or be paralyzed for the duration. At
And the
the end,
duration is up concentration up to 1 minute.
concentration up to a minute.
Yeah.
At the end of each of his turns, the
Yeah,
target
so
can
it's
make
not by
another
damage.
wisdom saving throw. On a success, the spell ends on the target.
Correct.
Yep.
So they are still held, and because they're technically restrained as well, I'm pretty sure you have advantage against them.
Mhm.
Or no, sorry,
Mhm.
they're stunned,
He's paralyzed.
paralyzed.
No, paralyzed. But yeah, paralyzed is advantage.
Yeah.
Incapacitate, can't move or speak. They automatically fail strength, dexterity saving throws. Attack rolls have advantage. Any attack that hits the creature is a critical hit if the attacker was in 5 feet of the creature. Didn't know that. There you go.
Wow.
Yeah.
The rules.
Yeah,
for
it's
incapacitated,
huge.
so,
That's
right?
why.
At top of the rank, it's Kira.
Um,
What is your first reaction, and what would you like to do?
well, I see Elric kind of like freak and just see Tonk cast this spell. And I kind of look at Elric and I'm like, friend or foe? Friend or foe?
Foe.
E5 foe, fuck!
Oh.
With fucking bonus action cast Hunter's Mark on him
Sure.
and just fire off the fucking 2 fastest arrows of a 2 at once, basically.
Go for it.
Cool. He's so cool.
All right, so to hit, nat 19.
Definitely
plus
hits.
a lot. And then the second one, nat 1, but also 15.
A nat 1 naturally misses, no matter what the.
No, that's,
I'm rolling with advantage.
Advantage.
Like,
Oh, sorry.
one of them was fucking that one, but 15.
Yeah, 15 hits.
Sick. Okay, they both hit. Yeah. Just saying thank God for advantage.
Well,
Basically.
yeah. Go. Sorry. You're good.
Cool. All right. Yeah. Okay. 10, 20, 26, 27.
27 points of damage.
27.
Cool.
Damn.
If we nuke this, that's huge.
Okay. After Kira, Elric.
Dang, really? Who was 12? Someone was 12. Oh no, Elric.
Yeah,
Sorry.
he was 12.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
I'm gonna book it and try to climb up.
Got roll.
Sure, go for it. So from there, you've got 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. So 30 would
double
get
my
you to the
movement,
base
so-
of the what do you call it? The base of
Yeah.
the balcony, and then you're using the rest of your movement and bonus action.
My climbing speed is the same as my movement speed, and I can double my movement speed to be 60 feet before I even use my bonus action.
Oh, so you're using your feline agility to
Yeah, using my feline agility.
Yep, absolutely.
to get up there.
I will need an athletics check or acrobatics check for you to climb the wall.
15?
15's enough. Yep.
Cool.
So you do manage to book it from where you are to base of the balcony, and then basically this is probably the most athletic you've seen Elric climb a wall before, the three of you. But he basically cat climbs the wall and does manage to get up onto the balcony in one go without falling.
Awesome. So good.
And then I'm gonna stab this man.
So this is with your non-magical rapier now.
My non-magical rapier.
Advantage though, obviously.
Advantage, that's 15.
15 hits, and it's an automatic crit because he's stunned.
Let's
or
go.
paralyzed.
Wait, what?
So
If-
whenever
I'm
someone
within
is
5
paralyzed,
feet.
if you're within a melee attack, is an automatic crit.
Melee.
2d8, 66.
For sneak attack, yes.
Sneak attack.
Sneak attack. Fuck, I rolled awfully, but that's still going to be a lot of damage. $27 points.
27 points is enough.
That's
So
it.
what does it look like you killing Zardoc?
It'll be like climbing up. I'll climb up, like run up the balcony, just grab, and then as I like spring over the rail, I'll draw my rapier and just slash across the throat as and I'm just like still perched on the balcony. Just hand goes out, and there's just this line of blood that just shoots out, and the body in the spell just goes limp.
So as Zardoc is kind of paralyzed in place with his finger pointed down at you with his mouth open, trying to say something, you slash across his throat and this blood mist flies into the air and he still stays limp, like stunned for a second, and then the spell finishes and he falls limp and falls to the ground. But it would then theoretically be his turn, but he no longer has his turn. So out of curiosity, would he have passed his? I don't think he would have passed it with
We would
a
have.
14.
What was his dex? Because
Huh?
I would have. What was his dex? Because it would have
He
been
had a 12.
Oh right, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, he rolled a 12. So
Yeah,
Elric goes first as the
Yeah.
player. He has higher dex anyway than he did.
Yeah.
But
What did he roll then? What did you roll then?
I rolled a nat 11 with a +3.
Fail.
So would have failed.
How annoying is that for you with that character?
Not that annoying.
Not yet.
I mean,
We'll
you
see.
know what Iston is, so I'm still. That's probably what I'm more excited for.
Yeah, I
But
bet.
so Elric, you are now on the balcony, and the three of you are on the ground floor. What are you doing?
I've got I picked my grappling hook back up, so I'm going to lower it down for him.
Sure.
Did the body fall off the balcony, or is it up there?
No, the body's on the balcony now.
Up.
I'm going to try and stealthily run over, but I rolled a 5.
Stealthily run over.
Well, I mean, run over to where the rope is.
Do you have to do a stealth check for that?
Well,
I mean, there are technically guards here, but they are a bit. Actually, now that this fire is probably going, they are probably looking in your direction. And I did actually roll for their initiative as well.
Because it's been like 6 seconds.
It has been 6 seconds.
I know, but they're not exactly just looking in a straight line with a massive fire going in their direction. But I rolled a natural 9 on their perception check, so they would have been at the bottom of the initiative order. So it would then be
all of you guys can get over before they pay attention. Get the fuck over here.
I got to wait for my next turn.
I was going to say, Kira didn't.
Correct. So you guys are all able to kind of like move action dash to move across and probably get up the ladder. I'll need athletic checks for those getting up the rope. I'll give advantage to everyone because I'll give it to, I'm assuming Tonk as Ayala would then be helping you up.
Yeah.
But on these soldiers' moves, they have 30 feet of movement and they don't have ranged weapons. So they would just kind of be running over towards you.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, they're those ones. Okay, right.
They would get to there.
So what are we rolling right now?
Athletics.
Can I roll up acrobatics?
Yeah, either.
Yep, cool. Advantage? 14.
Yeah, 14 is enough to be able to climb the rope. But they would get only to about there and they would start screaming at you, stop or get them. But Ayala, I'm assuming you would use then your turn to move over to the rope and climb it as well.
Yeah. I would have been right behind Tonk. I mean, in canon, I guess, to help him up, right? So I would have moved over and then climbed up the rope with any movement and action or whatever I needed. I did only roll a 13 on my my athletics check though.
13's enough. I only had a DC 10 to climb a rope. It's not something crazy difficult to do, as long as you roll above a 10. But that would then finish their turn. And Kira, what would you do on your turn?
What did you roll?
I mean, Kira rolled a 24. Derek rolled a 7.
Right. So there's a difference between being able to kind of like run up a wall and 2-step over it. A deer climbing a rope is something quite different and not really possible. So, like, dice don't lie. That makes sense. The Derek is not able to climb the rope. So, the four of you would be on the balcony, and Derek would kind of be at below the rope. what would you direct him to do?
Okay, so we've all made it up, and oh my god, they're not. They can't even get across here. I would tell Derek to run into these bushes,
Mhm.
like right across here, just to hide. He's got like 40-foot movement, but
Mhm.
yeah, easy. And yeah, just run over there. Fucking.
There's
we
a main
need- we need-
staircase running up the middle. He can run through the. He can just run inside.
Fuck. What
Or
if he
leave
gets
him
lost?
there.
But
I mean, is it,
how?
Don't have time.
All right, I'm gonna tell Derek to hide as best
Sure.
as he can.
Roll a stealth check for Derek.
he's a deer hiding in bushes is what he does, man.
And by about this time, the two other guards have gotten over to about where you climbed up and are looking at this rope. I'm assuming you pulled it up.
I've pulled it up. The moment that he's up, I've pulled it up, and I'm like trying to get, and I'm getting everyone inside.
Yep.
Dragging the body with
these
us.
guards are now kind of looking up at you as you kind of head inside. They notice probably the firelight coming from inside the storehouse and are now kind of half concerned about that, half concerned about you. So one of them would probably head towards the storehouse, the other would probably start to run back to the main house.
The
Yeah.
storehouse or the
Derek rolled a-
workshop?
Sorry?
The workshop.
The workshop,
okay,
sorry. I'm going to copy you three over and drag you over here.
Derek got a 22 for stealth.
A 22. Cool. So
You're in the
as
bushes.
far as you're aware, Derek is successfully hidden in one of the bushes, but he will stay there until otherwise directed to move. But upon kind of making your way through onto that off that balcony, you are dragged inside. Now, I'm not doing fog of war because I can't be bothered. You're gonna have to try and play this honestly as you can. But the
I know
first
where we're
room,
headed.
yeah, you know where you're headed. So you know the layout of this area, but it's more just like you don't know if there's someone on the other side of a door or something like that.
No.
But you're basically in what you know as the grand ballroom.
Yeah. So we'll all pile in here like as soon as we can.
Mhm.
Would have been pretty well immediately. Dragging old mate with us.
Oh, sorry, hold on. Apologies. You're not on this level.
That's the
You're on,
that's the lowest level.
You're on the second level. Sorry. I did think that looked different for a sec.
Yeah, I was a little bit.
There you go. You're on that level.
Whoa.
So you would be able to filter into the hallway is where you would be.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Right next. Yeah, I know this section. That's
Yeah,
my
you are-
room.
That is Elric's old room. Yes.
Oh, the one that's been smashed to pieces.
The one
Yes.
that's trashed. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say let's book it down and let's see if we can. We need to get to him as soon as possible. If nothing else, we need to finish him and get the hell out of here. If mercenaries don't have anyone paying them, they won't be any good to stay.
We'll follow your lead, sir.
Yep. All after you, mate.
Yeah, so I'll bring everyone up. And open up this door. I assume as soon as I do that, I'm going to see this guard.
Correct. So as you kind of run down the hallway, I'm assuming you're not taking care for stealth at this point.
No.
So
No.
there was what's his name up here anyway, so they expect they.
Correct. Yeah. So you guys kind of trud down the hallway, open this door, and you do see a guard kind of patrolling this upper section who does kind of obviously see and turn to you. I'll just use the same initiative I have for all the guards so it's easier. being that this would be top of the round, you guys would have priority over him because I only rolled a 9 on the guard's initiative. Oh, no, you know what? I'll just roll for him anyway. Doesn't matter. He rolled an 11, so he would kind of slot in before Ayala. So it would be Kira, Elric, and Tonk that would have a turn before the guard would have a turn.
So Elric's just opened the door.
Yeah, and there's just a guard on the other side that's looked over at us.
I suppose I'll get as close as to the door like it would just get a vantage point where I can
Sure.
see him, kind of a thing. Do I have to? Because we're kind of crowded in this hallway, and
Me and Tonk are small. Remember, we're not. We're low.
so
Probably
can I
just go
just
straight
go
over us.
stand above Elric? Just
I don't know if you'd be
stand
able to
right.
stand above him, but
Yeah,
you'd be able to kind of move through if you wanted to.
yeah.
Stand in the doorway and just laser him. From
Is it just
10 feet.
halflings that
Just-
can occupy the same space as a creature that's larger than them? Is it just a
I believe
halfling
so,
thing?
yeah.
Even if
It's because you have to be one size smaller. And I think even though
door's
like
open,
there's
I
a,
can probably
a
see
few
from here
foot
anyway.
a few foot
I
difference.
am small.
Are you small?
My size is small.
Oh, is it? Oh, there you go. Then yes, you can occupy the same space as another
Just
character.
not at the end of a turn. We can't. He can move through us.
I'll
but-
move. Yeah. Anyway, I'll just kind of like press up against him. And say, sorry. With so bonus action. Because hasn't been an hour yet. Just with a bonus action, I'm going to move over Hunter's Mark just onto him. And just shoot my arrows. Hold on. Wait. It's not what I wanted. All right. Uno mas. That is a 20 to hit. And then a 26. I'm assuming they both hit.
Both hit, yeah.
Cool. Yuck.
Yucky.
10, 16, 20, 22.
22 is enough. These are
Okay.
only standard mercenaries. They're nothing kind of crazy. But you release these 2 arrows and it sticks into his neck, into his chest, and he falls to the ground pretty quickly.
Then I kind of just step back out of
shot
Eric's way. Lead the way. I assume you know where you're going.
I hope so. I'm going to run us down the hallway.
So yeah, as you get to, I rolled
Yeah.
a 17 on this guy's initiative, and I'm going to roll for his stealth check as well to see if he can surprise you as you turn the corner. He rolled a nat 1.
Cool.
So as he kind of walks up to the corner with his like sword drawn and prepares to kind of attack you as you turn the corner, he trips and falls over and plops to the ground, having to quickly steady himself. But he did roll higher than you, all of you, on his initiative, so he will get his attacks. But they're not at advantage because he's not an unseen attacker. So these are just his 2 attacks. So his first one against whoever's leading is a 16.
Me. That'll hit.
And his second one will not hit with a natural 9.
Cool.
So 1. Yeah, he makes 2 attacks. Yeah. Oh shit, I rolled max. You take 10 points of slashing damage. But that's his 2 attacks and his turn, and then it would be a full round of attacks from you guys. But Elric, you'd probably be able to attack first thing as your second off.
I rolled a 25 to hit.
Yep.
I will probably position myself around him before I attack so that I can still get sneak attack.
Yep, sure.
That is 16 points of damage.
16 is enough.
Cool.
Nice.
So a quick flourish of your rapier, enough to stick him in his kind of upper jaw area, and he falls limp and falls back. But then, yeah, you've got kind of
Quickly, just
this
around this
last
corner,
section.
at the end of this next hall. That's Iston's room. And I'll turn this corner and see. Oh, mate.
Yeah, you turn the corner and you will see Dorad.
Mm-hmm.
Dorad. Okay.
What
Yeah.
you see is a
Dorad the Explorer.
he's probably sitting at like 5 foot. So he's pretty
Okay.
tall for a dwarf. Doesn't appear to be relatively well armored. But he is holding a javelin. And upon you turning the corner, he does throw the javelin. Obviously, you guys would not know he's there. So he will throw his javelin at whoever turns the corner first. I'm assuming
It'll be me.
you, Eric.
100%.
Oh, you fucking rolled terrible. No, it's a 15.
Oh, yeah. Good. Misses.
Yeah, it was one shot. So he throws this javelin at you, and it kind of whooshes past his head. But then he will use his bonus action, and what you see, you didn't see him do this, but you had an inclination that there was something up with this dwarf when you had previously met him. But you see he some nails kind of start to grow out of his hands a little bit further, and he starts to kind of bulge a little bit, and like his veins on his shoulders and his neck and his beard that he does have gets a little bit bushier, and you see he rages with his beast form.
Yo, he's got ligma.
Oh.
But he will use his movement to basically get as close as he can to you.
Does he have an extra attack? Does he have a second attack?
Not when he's not in his beast form.
Okay.
But he won't be able to get in range with the 30 feet, so that'll just put him. What was it? 5, 10, 15,
Did he just turn into a Wolverine?
30.
Wolverine.
Yeah.
He turned-
Beast form rage.
It's a beast form barbarian.
Did you say Wolverine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like werewolf?
But
you mean?
he's rushed at you 30 feet, basically screaming. I'll roll his initiative because that was his surprise round. He rolled fucking terrible. He's at the bottom of the order.
Yes. You'll die beforehand.
Is it my turn, or is it? Are we like rolling in that way, or is it?
I'm just using the same initiative.
Yep.
Oh, you know what? I mean, you tell me. Do you want to roll again, or do you want to use the same one?
I want to roll again. Mine was shit.
We can roll again.
I'm happy to roll again.
I don't want to roll again. I was first. Fuck you guys.
He just likes having tonk between his thighs.
You watch me. Actually, no, I won't say that because I'll jinx myself.
Anyone 20 to 25? 25, 20?
22.
Fuck you.
15, 20?
18.
17.
He rolled a 2 on his initiative, so I know it's you next, Tonk.
Only just. I rolled a 6.
Okay, Eric, what you doing?
I'm going to walk up and slash at him.
Go for it.
Ooh, that's only a 14 to hit.
14. Hold on.
That'll surely miss, right?
Oh no, he's unarmored.
Well, that's the thing. He's unarmored. He has to be.
Yeah,
for
but if he'd have
beast form.
unarmored defense, so
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that only bumps it to a 15.
yeah, I rolled a 14. So
Oh, was that what it was? Oh, sorry. Yes, but
and then I'm gonna move back.
yeah, cool. So he kind of holds up his 2 hands, and as you try and slash at him, he manages to kind of block it with his forearms. His hide too thick now in his beast form.
Oh, this is a
Um,
problem.
But Ayala,
I'll slip around the corner and run. I want to run right up to him.
sure.
Yeah, and then with my bonus action, I'll need my echo, please, and I want to put my echo behind him.
There you go. Actually, I don't think that's your echo token. It's
You.
just you token. Here it is.
Hey. Okay. Yeah.
There you go.
So and then have the echo walk towards the door. It can move 30 feet when I mentally command it to, and then I'll make 2 attacks on this guy.
Go for it.
16 to hit. First one.
On the first attack, he goes to put his hands up, and you do manage to slip through, or you see what he did to Elric's attack, and then you fake the first one and kind of pull back, and then quickly go for a second. But him seeing your reaction to it, he quickly whips around and tail swipes you, adding 3 to his AC.
Okay.
So having your first attack miss.
All right. I will I roll him and do it again. That is a 24.
24 gets through his. So after he swipes his leg around and tries to trip you, you kind of lift a foot up, missing your first attack. You then kind of whip back round with your spear and then roll back onto him.
11 damage. Wait, you guys froze? You guys froze. Did you get? I got 11 damage on them.
11. Yeah, no, I heard it.
Okay.
Does that finish your turn?
That does.
Cool. Finishing Ayla, Kira.
Cool. Going to start to run around the corner and see this beast man. Say, oh, it keeps getting better and better. Let's see if we can tame this beast. Using a spell slot to cast. So my bonus action, cast Ensnaring Strike.
Sure.
This is the one with the upon impact the vines coming out and wrapping around. So I will just roll to hit first. That is a.
Was that piercing damage as well?
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's a 28 to hit.
28 hits.
Okay. This is gonna be hard. So I'm gonna need a strength check.
Oh. I rolled two 13s, but I have a +6 to my strength, so 19.
Yeah, fuck saves. So you still take 1d6 piercing damage. But you're not. Yeah, you're not going to be restrained. That's all. All good. And casting that cancelled out my Hunter's Mark. So if I want to use that again, I actually have to cast it. I'll just roll for the second arrow as well.
Sure.
Let's roll everything. That's like a 25 to hit. Yeah, 25.
Yep.
2 hits, 1 piercing. Fuck you, mother. 10, 15, 16, 17 piercing.
17 total.
Yes.
Cool. Down to 9. Okay. Anything else from you?
Is he a large creature?
No, he's medium.
But he had advantage on that saving throw for some reason.
He's raging.
Raging. Advantage on strength saves.
Jesus. All right. I probably should have. Yeah. I'm just going to kind of step back a little bit. Just take like 2 steps back. And finish my turn there.
Cool. Tonk.
I'm going to cast Hold Person on him.
Mhm.
Wisdom save.
Oh, he had advantage on his initiative roll. Oops.
Mhm.
I don't think a 14 saves, right?
Wow.
Nah, 14.
So he is held.
Sure.
Paralyzed. And I'm going to use a channel divinity to regain a expended spell slot up to level 2.
Sure.
So basically, you just regain that spell slot that I just used.
No problem.
And that's my turn. I just stay
Person's
stay
level
staying where I am.
2.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Cool. It will let me his go. So he
Very
is
strong.
paralyzed. And then just at the end of his turn, he'll just repeat his save with a natural 17. That does it, right?
Does he have a minus?
Huh? Natural 7. No, it's a 0 on his
Okay.
wisdom.
Yeah, that's a pass.
Okay.
That's okay.
But that's his turn.
He can't do
can't
anything. That's
One
it.
turn.
That's it. Yeah.
It'll then go back to the top around Elric.
I'm annoyed that I didn't move around him.
I would like to move to the other side of him, if I can.
Sure.
And I will make an attack.
Go for it.
That's
Advantage?
good. That's no, he does. He's not paralyzed anymore.
No, but you're flanking.
Oh, flanking. Flanking.
Yeah. We're doing flanking is what it is.
Okay. Well, 25.
25. Yeah, 25 hits.
Pretty good. 19 points of piercing. Just straight
19
piercing.
points.
Regular old piercing.
Halved.
Hmm?
Halved.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
What did you roll for your initiative, Eric? It was like in the 20s, wasn't it?
22.
22. And what did you have, Ayala?
18.
18. Cool. So he goes in there.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet.
Who goes in there? No
Yeah.
one?
Nothing you need to worry about, mate. Nothing you need to worry about. All right. Finishing Eric's go. Question mark. Yes.
Yeah.
Ayala. What you doing?
I'd like to use
Probably
my
take a couple steps back, actually, just to keep some distance, because he's scary.
Sure.
I'd like to use my bonus action to swap places with my Echo.
No problem.
Yeah, and then I'll make my 2 attacks from my Echo.
Go for it.
Natural 19 for a 27.
Yep,
First one.
hits.
And then a 22 hit on the second.
Hits again.
Okay, I'll roll the
Has
damage
not
on.
had to use his reaction again for it.
So 9 on the first one. Reroll that. I love it. And another 9. So 2 9s. 18 total.
Just 9 total.
He's still up.
He's still up.
I will.
He's got reduced damage on all of these attacks.
Oh yeah, true. Yep. Doing what I can, man. Yeah, I'm gonna use an Unleash Incarnation and make a third attack from my Echo Station.
Sure.
No. 12 to hit.
12 does not hit.
Yep. And then that will be my turn.
Finishing your go as you kind of are looking at your Echo making these attacks, you hear as a door slams open from behind you, and a man appears holding 2 rapiers
Mhm.
and
Oh.
says, "I've been waiting for you." As he kind of looks past you, Ayla,
I was
and
gonna
looks
say,
at
excuse
Ulrich.
me, do you know me?
But seeing you in front of him, he will then make his 2 attacks against you. The first
Yeah.
one, 21.
Yep.
Do I hold on? Let me reread this guy.
1d8 and 5d6.
Yeah. I won't do the second one. Yeah, I will.
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck off.
Whoa.
Yeah, we keep that. What was it? 3, 6, 9. 15 points of piercing damage, but there's also actually, this is a really good point. I needed to roll that separately. I'll just use the one of the ones I rolled. There is a slight touch of cold damage which you are resistant to, I believe.
Mhm.
But
Ooh.
obviously not resistant against 1 point of cold damage. But there is a slight touch of cold against that.
So it's still just
and then
it's still 15.
it's still 15, yeah.
Mhm.
And then his second attack. Oh my god, no way. I'm rolling terrible, Dale. A
Would-
12, I believe, does not hit.
No.
But in a similar fashion
We're scared.
to what how you've seen Elric attack, he makes these 2 flourish attacks against you and then disengages and steps away from you, not provoking an attack of opportunity.
Okay.
Wait, where did he go?
He
He
backed
just
into
stepped
the
back too.
Oh,
so-
okay.
Just there.
Interesting question, and I think I know the answer to it. Is him moving back twice provoke? No, it would only provoke my reaction one. It's just my range is my weird question because he moves out of
Yeah,
my
so
range.
it-
It would just be the one time he
Yeah,
moves
so
out
he
of
has
the
to move
range.
out of the 10 feet.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
not
Yeah,
just
correct. Which
yeah.
is what I did.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I moved it twice. If you saw.
The other question, as his rapier pokes into me, do I recognize that rapier?
No, neither of them are familiar to you.
Okay.
But that finishes his go. It will then be Tonk's go. No, sorry, Kira's go. Sorry, Kira.
Yeah,
God.
makes sense.
Hmm. So that door's still open at the end of the hall.
That door is open. Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna run up into the hallway, and see there's just so many fucking people in this hallway. You. You see Kira kind of put her hand like on her chest, and say some arcane words, and kind of point towards Iston.
Mhm.
But nothing happens. You don't know, like no one notices anything happen.
Sure.
I will let you know
What you're doing?
if and when something happens that.
No problem.
But I yell out to Elric and Ayala not to go into the room. Don't enter the room.
Very good.
Okay.
And then I'll just move beside Tonk and end my turn.
I'm assuming you say that in common.
Yes.
Cool. Does that finish your turn?
I think so. I'm just going to read one more thing. I can't see the area. Any creature that Yes, yeah, it's my turn. Yeah.
Cool. Tonk. What you doing?
I'm gonna run as
Oh,
far as I can, which is 30 feet, which is just the other side of him, and I'd like to flavor it as I throw my shield on the ground and slide on it underneath the Ayala image and underneath this werewolf dude.
He is only about 5 foot tall. Dwarf.
Oh, that's true. Damn, I thought it was. I forgot. But he's
But
now a werewolf. Is he
do
a
you-
were? He's a werewolf.
No. They're very different. He's not aware of anything.
Oh,
He's
okay.
just a beast form
He's a
barbarian.
beast form.
So
Okay,
he's just
right.
bigger. He's like buff, and
Yeah, okay.
he's got like a couple of talons, and like his teeth are a
Yeah.
little
Okay.
bit longer.
Okay. Well, I can't move through him then, can I?
But
You can
even
move through someone.
You
You
can't
just
move
you
that
ca- you
far
just-
anyways, can you? You're a freaking
I can move 30.
25.
I've been
aren't
at
you?
25. Yeah, no, you're right. I'd be like on his space.
Yeah.
Oh, well, in
right.
that case, then never mind. I'm just going to. I'm going to cast Spare the Dying. Not Spare the Dying. Sorry, Toll the Dead.
Toll the Dead.
Yeah, on the Beast Man.
Wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom save. Yeah, wisdom save. Yeah.
Natural 17.
Oh my goodness. And then cast behind him. Cast my Sacred Weapon.
Sure.
Yeah. Sacred Weapon at.
Go for it.
Spiritual weapon. It's actually going to be my spiritual weapon at 3rd level, not my 2nd level.
Oh, I don't have the new picture.
Oh, what do you mean? You've got it.
I know. I never. You never told me you're gonna do it.
know.
Okay,
Well, I just did it.
you're just gonna have to deal with that one for now.
Okay. And I'm going to attack with that.
It's so far up in the messages.
It is so far up.
Is this the second or the third one?
The second one.
Okay.
And a 17.
17. This time you do see him flick his leg or one of his arms up and use his tail, even though he doesn't have a tail, his arm swipe in his beast form to bump his AC by 3.
Okay.
All right, that cool.
That's my turn.
Anything else from you?
No, that's my turn.
Cool. It will then be Dorad's go. Dorad, in his beast form, is going to take 3 swipes he's going to take his first swipe at the thingy in front of him. What do you call it? Your echo?
The echo, yeah.
He will be doing this reckless. So first one. Wow, really? 2 11s. I'm pretty sure that still hits. 17.
I think. Hold on. I think it just hits. It actually has a better. Yeah, it is AC 17. I want to make sure it wasn't 18.
Cool.
Yep.
So, recklessly whipping out with his claws, he rips the echo, and it vanishes into a mist of
Light flurry of snow.
mist of like snowflakes. Usually he would go after Elric, but in his beast form he is uncontrollable and mostly it just looks in front of him and then will run at you, Tonk,
Shot.
and release his next 2 attacks against you, his 2 claw attacks. Sorry, first one. These are still reckless. Natural 17 with a +6.
Yes, that hits. Yeah.
And then his second one, natural 12 with a +6.
Fail.
You have an AC 19?
Correct.
Yeah, cool. So you just take the one. That one. Oops. Taking 10 points of slashing damage.
Cool.
But that will finish his go. With him kind of snarling in your face. But it will then be Elric's go.
Elric will take a knee and pull out his pistol. And those that haven't, well, all of you would see that it has a new addition attached to it. Kind of this fitted stock that I brace up into my shoulder as I aim it up. And I'm going to steady aim and take a shot at old mate Iston.
Go for it.
That is a
Ooh.
26 to hit.
26 hits. There you go, Jamie.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
I was going to say, I didn't realize that the third level doesn't actually increase the damage. Can I just cast it at second level? Now that you've done that.
So it's just the same one again?
Yeah. My apologies.
It's fine. Just know that I will do this.
Yeah. Tonk takes 5 psychic
Cool.
damage.
What are we looking at damage-wise?
23.
23 points of damage. He will uncanny dodge, taking half.
Damn right he will.
What'd you say? 23?
Yeah. So 11.
10, 11, yeah.
And that will be it. That's all I can do because I can't move because I steady.
Hey, Ella, what's your passive perception?
8.
5. Is it really?
Yeah.
Is it really?
Actually.
Cool. Good to know.
Cool.
Oh my God.
Finishing Eric's go, Ayala, what you doing?
Elric just fired his gun past me, and I'll look back at him and be like, "You have a gun?"
Makes sense. Yep.
Did the door open towards me or into the
It
room?
did open towards you, yeah.
I mean, Kira just said not to go in there, and I don't know, like, I'm translating that as like not to go in there. I'm I'm going to summon my echo into the space right next to him, and then I'm gonna close the door.
Sure.
Here it goes.
Fair enough.
Another barrel of booze.
And then I wanna. Is closing the door my action?
No, I don't think it would be. That's a pretty simple movement to do. An action is like feeding someone a potion or investigating something. Closing a door is not really an action. It is a movement of an arm.
Does your echo like have weight to it?
No.
Or is it just literally a illusion, like full illusion type?
It's kind of an illusion.
But it's corporeal, like it's
Yeah,
physical. It's there.
It is a physical thing.
So it would have to have some form of weight. If it can hit with damage, surely it's got some form of weight to it.
You summon your echo, and as fast as you see it, it disappears.
Okay, cool. I'll be a bit confused by that, but then I think I'm gonna move. I want to take care of this guy in the hallway. I think, especially since Kira said to not go in there. Yeah. So I'm just gonna move my.
It has immunity to all conditions, if that makes a difference.
Does not.
Okay.
Good to know. Thanks for looking out.
30 feet. Yeah, so then I'm just going to hold my
Do you know what I've done, Ben?
I
Hold-
don't know.
Good.
You'd
I'm gonna
like
hold
to
my action and
message it to me. I think it would be relevant if the DM knew.
No, because that's you. You're controlling the character. You can't know.
Well, the thing is, you meant to say the spell because I have to say the spell that I use.
Sometimes you don't.
Unless you're an unseen thing. Because that way I could just be casting shit and then not tell you, which would be different. But
I mean, I only know like one other spell that you've never seen me cast before.
oh, fine, I'll just go into your D&D page.
yeah, so I'll just hold my action for if the beast comes back to me within my range.
Sure, no problem. Finishing your go goes to.
Stones, right?
Okay, yes, I know what you're doing. Okay, cool.
I was going to say the next time it is Iston's,
It is his go, yes.
I was going to. Well, I was going to ask you what his. No, it's a check. If something requires like a perception check, if you have passive perception, would you still need the check?
I'm just reading it. Hold on.
If your passive perception's high enough, you don't need you already beat the check. It tends to be how it's.
Okay, so it would be not on his turn. He would work it out if his passive perception is high enough, which it's not. Because it's beating your spell save DC, which it doesn't. So then on his turn, I can make a perception check to then realize what has happened.
Okay, right.
So on his turn,
So he's had the door closed on him, and then an echo quickly appear and then disappear next to him.
correct.
Is that enough for
Okay.
him to realize?
I haven't rolled it yet. I'm
Good
more
stuff.
looking at what
Okay,
things he has that
20.
he can do.
So it's up until because it's was centered at the very last space of the room,
Mhm.
which means it goes all the way to the square that was literally
One in
right
front
in front of
Ayla.
Ayla.
Yeah.
So it's like
So
don't
it
go
goes
through it, but
goes
also
to
don't.
there, just on the other side of the door.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So
Two spaces in
he'd
front.
have to move 10 feet to get out of it, right?
Correct.
Cool. With opening the door and making a perception check. Yeah, I mean, he's had the door closed on him. He doesn't naturally recognize what's happened. I guess he'd probably take a step and then realize. So if you want to roll that,
Do I roll it?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it's your spell. Of course you do.
Okay.
And then he'd open the door.
So that was 10 foot of movement for him then?
No,
'Cause it's-
5 foot.
Well, it's difficult terrain.
Well, yes, sorry, yes. It's 10 foot of his movement, but he only takes 5 foot because it's
Yeah.
distance he's traveled, but it's
So
taking 10 foot of his movement.
I cast Spike Growth.
Yes.
Yeah.
20-foot radius, centered on a point, makes something difficult terrain, and for every 5 feet that you move in it, starting when a creature moves into or within the area,
Yeah.
movement
So,
within the area, 2d4 piercing damage every 5 feet to get out of it.
So I think opening a door would be considered a bonus action rather than closing a door, because closing a door is literally just doing that, whereas opening a door is kind of twist turning. Nah, it's
Pretty
about-
easy
It's
to
usually
do.
just considered an object interaction.
yeah, object interaction, which is not anything. Or is that a bonus action?
Free
Free
action.
action.
Usually
Free
get an
Is it-
object. Yeah, like
Yeah.
same as like dropping a weapon or drawing a weapon. People usually
Yeah.
consider that as
So
the
he
same
would
thing.
open the door, take another 5 feet, so you can then just so roll another 2d4,
It was 6 and then 7.
6 and then 7.
Yeah, so
Cool, 13.
13 piercing, 2d4 over 5 foot. So technically, yeah, he's used 20 foot of his movement already.
Please tell me I have history on this. No!
What did you disclose?
Oh, wait, no, it's here. 27.
Is there any reason why we didn't see the spell?
That's close.
I mean, maybe that's a question that
It's
I should be
camouflage.
asking.
The transformation of the ground is camouflaged to look natural.
Just
Any,
would
make a perception check to
would
recognize.
the door be? Oh no, he's got to push it open, not pull it. No, all good.
Cool. And then he would step out of the, so we're obviously not taking any more, but that's used 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 out of his
Where he
movement.
is right now, yeah.
And then we'll use his
He can
last
bonus action
5 to take,
dash.
yeah, another step. Yeah, and then we'll just have to use his bonus action to, it just means he can't disengage.
Mhm.
Which is
He doesn't have to disengage.
Oh, you're right. He can just walk away.
gone.
Just
Yep.
walk away. Yeah, and then he'll line up with you, Elric.
Yep.
So as he kind of takes this weird spike damage around his ankles and calves, and it kind of slows him down for a second, and you do see blood is starting to leak from his lower pants and ankle area. He kind of brushes it off and kind of is staring straight at you, almost ignoring it, and is walking up to you, Elric, and says, "You should have never come back." And he will swing away. I don't think. Yep. So first one. Motherfucker, I'm rolling terrible. 11.
Miss.
Where's a better dice? Give me this one. Yeah, and then he just goes up with his second weapon. Oh, okay, so that one hits. 12 plus 9.
Yeah.
21.
So he just rolls that plus 1. Oh, he still gets sneak attack, actually.
He'll get sneak attack.
But he just doesn't get the extra. I don't even have to reroll that as well. 19 points of piercing damage.
Lord.
Uncanny dodge.
Very well. And then he will then just actually no, he can take 2 steps back and not be inside the. Yeah, he'll take 2 steps back.
I've got my
You know
pistol
what?
out at the moment.
Actually, he won't. I don't think he would facing against you. He'd be like he's wanting to stay up in your face and be like, "You want to go? Let's brawl."
He thinks
sort of
he's
thing.
already kind of won too with the fight from earlier. I would imagine. Like he thinks he's
Possibly,
probably,
yeah. He might, yeah.
Yes,
But no, he stays
a
in
lot of
combat with you.
confidence.
But that will finish his go. It would then be your turn, Eric.
I'm a drop my. I'm a let my pistol fall to its
Is he
sling.
top of the
and
round?
just-
Is he?
No, he's after Elric's top of the round. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. It's Kira. It's your go.
Oh,
Sorry, I wanted to see what Eric would do.
No, I'm trying to go through my head who's where
Oh,
to like
no,
work
no,
out what I'm
you're
gonna
good,
do.
you're good.
I've lost it. I have no idea.
No, it's Kira, Tonk,
I
then
wouldn't have even
Yeah,
known.
that's
Dora.
what I was thought, yeah.
You skipped Tonk as well.
Yeah, I skipped 3 people. I was just like,
Went
nah,
straight
I'm
into
going
the
at it.
duel.
Elric.
The duel again, all over again.
Running out of. What's that? Snaring. Fuck it. We'll try this again. Kira's going to take a few steps back. So obviously,
He will use his reaction. Oh no, sorry, he used his reaction already.
he has.
When he stepped away from the. Wait, has it been his go again? No, it hasn't been his go again. No, he will use his reaction to make an attack. He's going to make his bite attack on his reaction.
Who did he deflect?
So he did it against Tonk's spiritual weapon on Tonk's go, and then
then
he had his
Doesn't
go.
he go after tank? Yeah.
Yeah.
he
Yeah,
did.
and
So then he would have gotten his reaction back.
Yeah, so he has his reaction. Right, that's what I said.
Yeah,
so
so
then
he can if he wants. Yeah.
and you can't reckless attack on a reaction, can you? No.
No.
So this is just his bite attack. Natural 1.
Oof.
Cool.
You're really struggling with the rolls.
Oh, I'm rolling so bad. I rolled so well in yesterday. Oh god.
Yeah, I'm aware. Almost died.
Going back to how I was rolling before because it worked better.
Oh shit. All right, I'm gonna try again. Bonus action, cast ensnaring strike.
Sure.
Probably not the person that should be fucking doing it to, because he's probably
Raging.
right now. But fucking
Is he still raging after I hold personed him?
He took damage.
He was still getting attacked.
Even if he
Oh,
doesn't take
it
damage,
doesn't
it's just
cancel
yeah,
that.
yeah.
He's taking damage
Um,
this entire time.
That's
He's
it.
taking a lot of damage actually.
Yeah. Is it?
If he wasn't raging, he'd be dead.
Getting
Right.
attacked or attacking.
Yeah, but if he's
ooh,
paralyzed, doesn't that
16
stop it?
to hit.
16. He can't use a reaction because he did it, so your 16 will hit.
Cool. And then next
Can't
one
buff my AC.
is 18.
I think that is a good point, Jamie.
It just paralyzes the person. It doesn't say anything about like
Your
paralyzed.
rage ends if you're unconscious.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I knew it was something, or
Does
like
it
there
say
was.
unconscious
do
or
damage or take
incapacitated?
damage.
Yeah, it lasts
Um,
1 minute or he is knocked unconscious.
Yeah, correct.
Strength
Right.
save, please.
Strength save. Yep.
2 hits.
Jesus Christ. I'm rolling really, really bad.
Good.
It's only an 11.
Yes. Needed a 16. 4, 6. Cool.
I rolled a
fuck-
5 and a 4 with advantage. Wow.
First arrow, fuck yeah. First arrow hits, and again, the vines burst out and wrap around, and this time actually stay. So he is now restrained. And we'll take 1d6 piercing damage at the start of his turn, and then continue to make strength saves until he breaks free. Someone can come and break him free, or the concentration up to 1 minute. Sick. He's restrained.
Okay.
Big. I've got to roll damage. 1 moment. 10, 20, 21, 25.
25. Cool.
I love that the net is looks like it's
Yes.
over his face.
Yes.
And his arms are like, what the fuck?
Anything else from me?
You're welcome, Tonk. I said that out loud.
Thanks, Karen.
Bonk,
Restrained the
bonk.
fucking beast.
I'm
in
gonna
front of me.
run past him,
Pasty.
and I'm going to yell out, "Make the most of it, Elric. He's all yours!" and cast or channel divinity, Path to the Grave, meaning that the next attack, cursing the creature so that within 30 feet, next attack that he takes damage on, he's vulnerable to. And then the curse ends.
Sure. So he takes double damage, right?
Takes double damage. And then with my bonus action, I'm going to whip my spiritual weapon back over my head and try and stab Grog in the face.
Oh, no.
Is that with advantage?
No.
Yes, correct.
He's
Attack rolls have
restrained?
advantage against. Yeah.
Do that against restrained?
I don't think
Speed
so.
0.
Correct, yes.
Attacks have disadvantage. Enemy attacks have advantage.
Yeah, let's go.
Your attack rolls against the creature have advantage, and the creature's attack rolls have disadvantage.
Oh, yeah.
24.
24 hits.
Let's go.
He would have advantage anyway because he recklessly
Reckless
attacked.
attack.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, nice.
Oh wait, would I have had advantage when I shot my arrows at him?
I'm pretty sure it's only melee. attack.
Melee attacks,
Oh, okay.
I believe. 1d8.
I don't know.
Oh, it's a 1. 5 force damage.
Oh,
Oh no,
Or-
you would have advantage because it just says attack rolls have
there
advantage
you go.
against him. So you can roll another 2d20, see if you get a nat 20 on either of them.
Nope, not even close.
Okay.
5 force damage.
5 force damage, which he takes full. Cool.
And that will end my turn.
Okay. Then it will be his go. So he can still make his attacks, although they're at disadvantage. But he can then recklessly attack to then give himself advantage.
Does he have
so it's just
10 foot
straight
reach?
roll.
Mm-hmm.
No, sorry, you moved past him. You're right. So then
So
he
he
will
takes-
have to
2 piercing damage from the vine at the start of his turn.
reduce to 1.
It's a 1.
3 points.
Freaking
Count.
barbarian.
Keeping him at his
Your
range.
damage is important.
I actually believe he does have 10 foot of range.
Hold on,
You
let me
pick
go back
beast
to my
tail,
thing.
right?
He has a tail swipe, and his claws have his claws and his bite only have a 5-foot reach.
His tail has a 10 foot.
No, but his tail swipe, his reaction has when creatures within 10 feet attack him with melee or ranged, I can swipe my tail towards the creature, applying a +3 bonus to my AC against that attack. But my
Okay.
claws and my bite only have a +5 reach.
Okay.
Have a
5
tail.
5-foot reach. Yeah, but he doesn't have a tail. I'm just flavoring it as he's flying his limbs around.
I like it.
Right.
Sorry, he would then have to try and use his action to
Check.
try and break free.
Save.
Is that at disadvantage?
No, no, because it's not against
No, dex save is
it's
disadvantage.
dex saves, but this is a strength save. Which I still don't think it saves because I rolled a 4 and an 8 with a +6.
Nope.
So
You
14.
needed a +8.
Damien has a +6 to his strength save?
Yeah.
Damn. That's rough.
Still restrained.
It seems really
Yeah.
strong compared to us,
Lol.
though. Strongest
Yeah.
person we've ever seen, man.
No one. Yeah. We're all fucking.
Hey, do you want to join our
noodle
party?
arm, noodle
Oh.
arm Neds.
Weenie arm. Yeah.
need-
Weenie arms.
We need some doors that need to be opened.
You need to arm wrestle Derek.
I need a wee.
He's scratching it now.
Yeah, that he can't do anything else. That finishes his turn.
Yay! Suck it.
I'm rolling so bad. Okay, that finishes his go. Eric.
Drawing my rapier, I'll say you say I shouldn't have come back. I don't think you should have stayed. And then I'm gonna try to plunge my rapier into him. And fuck, that's a 16.
16 misses.
Okay, that's it.
Trying to get one of his
I have a dagger where I'm gonna use as like my offhand attack, which is gonna be so hard to hit.
You still get your pluses to hit. It's just on the damage you don't get any pluses.
Well,
Well,
in
he
that
gets
case,
double damage
that's
right now.
24.
24 does hit.
I still
he's
get sneak attack on it.
This is the natural crit. 'cause
It's
he's
still
vulnerable.
double.
Well, it's not natural crit. It's vulnerable damage, so it's just piercing or slashing, I guess.
Piercing.
Oh, it's a dagger piercing. There you go.
Should have saved
Like-
it for.
It's still a crit.
Piercing or slashing. one of the
Basically,
two.
it's the same.
It's like same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's 16.
16 points, and he will
Double
and
to
he dodge.
32, back
he's
down to 16.
Oh yeah, right. Is he raging as well?
No,
No,
he's
no,
tiny
he-
dodge.
Dodge.
Freaking rogue.
And I'm a hold my ground in his face this time.
How many times can you use Uncanny Dodge?
Once per turn.
Reaction, yeah.
What? Oh, once per round.
Okay. Finishing your go, Elric. Ayala.
Jesus.
I'm gonna move there and manifest echo behind him, and I'm going to make 2 spear attacks over Elric's head at him from my position. 25 to hit, my first one.
Hits.
Another 25 to hit on the second one.
Yep.
That is 12 damage on the first one.
Yep.
And then 11 damage on the second. And then I want to use an Unleash Incarnation from my Echo's position to make a third attack. In the box, please. With a natural 2 that does not hit.
Nope.
And then I'm going to Action Surge and make 2 more attacks on him.
Yep.
Another 25 to hit. Rolled 3 natural 17s.
Whoa.
That must be nice.
And a natural 1. So, so 1 more damage roll. 1, so I reroll. Into an 11 damage.
Mm-hmm.
And then I want.
How do you want to do this?
I don't. I want to, knowing that his constitution is getting really relatively low, like kind of watching these.
So
these
you would have
attacks behind-
realized that on just before you did the action surge.
Okay. And knowing kind of everything that Elric had explained, what I would like to do is kind of like pierce it through, like under his pec, on his non-lethal side, so that'd be the right side of his body, and like pierce it and kind of like kneel down and prop my spear against the ground, but be holding him up in front of Elric.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, kind of like leveraging it, the back end of my spear against my knee and holding him up. It's a human, right? He's a human.
He is human, yeah.
Okay. Yep.
So are you trying to do non-lethal damage to him?
Yep. I want him
on the last attack.
Yep. Literally 1 HP, holding him up, basically in a way that.
So here's the thing. It's his go next. Meaning that he will get to attack.
I guess I know that. It's lame. Okay, so I do want to make it lethal, but he's
try and like
unconscious, but I'm holding him up. You know what I'm saying? He's dead. He's unconscious, but I'm holding like the same thing. I'm just holding him
falls
there.
on your spear and just
Yeah.
shish kebabs himself.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. So obviously it skips his go and then goes straight to Kira.
Well, you'd have a death saving throw, right?
Oh, I would. Yes, you're right. Let me roll bad now and let him die so you don't get the satisfaction. Natural 9, fail. Give me a 1 so I can fail 2.
Yeah.
I will stabilize this bastard. I will feed him a health potion. We will revivify him.
Can be done.
That's so weird. Revivify is not working at the moment.
For some reason.
Not satisfaction for you.
Your god has abandoned you, Tonk. It's not working.
Oh no! I can commune.
You can commune.
I'll hold my concentration for the ensnaring strike, so I can't cast anything.
Sure.
I'm just gonna fire 2 arrows off. I suppose with advantage because he's restrained.
With advantage because he's restrained.
Okay. What's this guy's name?
Dorand.
No shit.
You nat 20. Right.
You double 20.
Oh, natural 1.
Please tell me you double 1.
Let's go. That almost feels better than double 20.
I'll let you
didn't
know
waste
he has
one.
9 hit points left, so this will be enough.
9. I'm gonna roll.
Yeah, roll it all because we want to know. We want to see the big number.
Yeah, I wasn't. Yeah, we want to. Like this
I
dude.
find them both at the same time.
This dude.
10 and a 14. 14 being 24 to hit.
Yeah, so both hit.
So what? So 2 hits, but then one of them is double.
It's just 3 lots of your damage dice.
Yeah, cool.
And then plus whatever your pluses are. I swear I always roll bad on big battles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was about to say that too.
I rolled terribly.
35.
35.
35
Yeah, so
piercing.
obviously he's dead.
Not to
Nice.
mention that's huge before he even gets a spell off.
Yeah.
You just see him thrashing.
No one's
trying
allowed to
get
play
on
these
the vines,
spellcasters
and then just like arrows just piercing in between where the vines are kind of holding. And then he
I
just
thought you
drops
would have had him have counterspell.
Do you have a potion?
Oh,
Elric?
if he has counterspell on these randomly generated spells, no, he doesn't. Okay. No, I don't, yeah, I mean, I could have given it. I didn't make these are like randomly generated.
Fair
Oh,
enough.
I adjusted them, but they weren't like
Yeah.
made specifically metagaming wise. Like I could have given him like a ton of utility spells. To be fair, he did have a bunch of utility spells. He just didn't get to use any of them.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we still only have a limited amount of time.
Is hold person charm? No, it's not.
No.
He had advantage against being charmed, but it didn't matter.
Mm.
I mean, basically we're out of combat now, but how many rounds?
Still on a
has it
time
been?
crunch.
It's been
Right.
about 4 rounds, I think. So it's we're getting close to a minute, probably. So you're not sure how long before guards probably start rushing in. But what would you like to do?
Let's drag him into the master bedroom and let's all pile in there. We'll see if there's any evidence that we can use to exonerate or blame him, and we'll question him while we're in there as well.
Yep.
I'll help drag him in, or I will drag him in if okay.
Sure. So you drag him into the bedroom. Elric, you pretty quickly notice that your rapier is kind of displayed above his fireplace.
Okay.
All right, I grab his. Both of his.
Sure.
I didn't think this through. I'm not sure I want you to have that weapon. You've baited me yesterday. I've been baited. Aha, I've been duped.
Yeah, best of me.
I love that you just realized that happened. That's great.
Yep, that didn't even click until just now, where I got baited into taking a weapon and then realized, yep, you're gonna die. Now he gets it. Very smart of you. I will remember this. I will remember this.
That's great. That's great.
Oh,
Clever.
That's
Clever.
funny.
2 rapiers that are better than mine.
Okay, we see. I see.
I'll grab mine as well, because why not? It's also magical. So
Yeah. But you have him in the room. What are you doing? If you haven't done, I'm rolling another death saving throw for him. Natural 20.
Oh, so he's up.
He's 1 hit point.
He's at 1 hit point. Wow, that
Oh.
was convenient.
Just taken-
Shocks himself
So
away.
as you drag him into the room, he actually regains consciousness and starts kind of thrashing about. After you disarm him and take his rapiers away, but he starts to kind of get off me, sort of thing.
You hold still, or you'll die where you lay right now.
I don't take orders from you. If I die, I die. Let me go.
You will listen, and you will tell me what I want to know.
Roll a intimidation check.
Happily.
Can I have my
Intimidation's not as good, but
staff pointed at him as well to help?
Shit, that was terrible. It was only a 9.
Yeah, not as intimidating as you probably. He knows you well enough to know, kind of, you're not intimidating enough to him. and I look, a kind of a smile comes over his face. My guards will be here any moment. You have no idea how many I have now.
And they'll help you how when you're dead?
As long as you can't leave is the main thing.
What
They've all been
money have you?
directed to arrest you and take you to the captains.
And who's going to pay them? Not you. All your
They've
wares
already
are-
been prepaid. Are you kidding me? Do you know how much money I have?
That's wonderful. You benefit nothing from it. So how about this? You tell me what I want, and maybe you actually get to live to use some of that.
Roll a persuasion check.
That's what I'm wanting. 18. Hit roll too.
What is it that you want?
Where did you bury father to begin with? Or did you do away with it so that no one could find out what you did?
To be honest, I don't even remember.
Oh God, damn.
Wow.
If I had to think. Do you remember that old pig patch we used to have out back? Yes.
I'm gonna pull my dagger up, and I'm not even gonna say anything. I'm just gonna look at him and look at the dagger.
It was more than he deserved.
That's it, and I'm gonna just plunge it straight into his neck.
Damn.
Was he restrained?
I'm guessing we were like all holding him down.
Yeah, I would have thought
Sorry.
so.
Everyone that dragged him into the room to begin
Yeah, I
with
don't-
would have been.
It'd be an attack with an advantage. It won't be an auto crit because obviously he's awake. But if he was still unconscious,
18.
yeah. So it puts him under. You almost didn't hit him actually. But it does hit, and it does obviously put him under. Now you're not going to ever do enough damage to him to be able to kill him in one. But he's unconscious again and probably heavily bleeding out.
Yeah, cure wounds on him.
And bring him back to.
Bring him back.
Oh my god! Like one of those clowns you punch.
He was 5 hit points. I rolled a 1 on my.
So
rolled-
his wound heals up and the bleeding stops.
Nah, the dagger's still in there.
Oh, the dagger's still in there.
I love that.
It'll heal.
So I guess it heals
Hurt his
around.
when I pull.
Yeah, it's going to heal around the dagger, and I guess he regains consciousness. I'm not sure if it would be then continuous like damage after, but he's awake for another moment or so.
I just pull the dagger back out.
That would-
looking
that
him
would
dead
prob-
in
that
the
would-
eye.
That would probably put him back under.
Yep.
Again.
I'll cast cure wounds on him again. 7 points.
So then the wound would heal
Yep.
and close up again, and I guess he would regain consciousness. It's not regaining consciousness at this point. It's just basically, like drifting in and out, and is not even really kind of registering what's going on at this moment.
With him basically fading in and out of being incapacitated, would he become like exhausted after that? Like, I mean, is there any penalization for that?
I mean,
That makes sense. I don't know.
yeah, I mean, pretty much anything that can. He's on door's death every couple of seconds.
Check
with doing that.
check his desk, see if there's anything there that we can use. Anything at all, anything that points to slavery, any trading with the underground, anything that we can use.
I don't know who wants to helm that, but I'm willing to assist if not me. Help look.
I mean, yeah, mine's not great, but I
My
can.
intelligence is decent. +2, I believe.
You two do that,
I'll help
and
you.
Okay.
we'll do with this.
So I'll roll with advantage.
Yep.
Ben?
Or if Ben says yes. He's just dealing with his mic.
Natural
Yeah.
19.
Yep,
So
there you go.
22 or 21, sorry.
Nice.
So in the desk, you find like a stack of coins, various, I suppose, letters to different people, planned trade routes, kind of trade dealings with different people in different cities. You do find some fairly inconspicuous letters about moving the cargo. What that implies, you're not too sure.
I'll say that I am investigating for any papers. I mean, you can give us details on what it is, but I'm gonna be keeping them. We'll just pack them in the bag of holding or something that
Sure.
we'll just take any papers that look like some sort of documentation with us.
Yeah.
And then if we need
Yeah,
to look at them
absolutely.
further, we can do that later.
Yeah, cool.
Get
So
into
you
details
can
of-
basically pocket all of the documents and papers that he has in his bedside table drawer.
Yeah.
This is his bedroom. So
Yeah,
whether
it's
that
obvious.
is necessarily the best place to find that sort of thing, but
Where would I think that they would be?
Like, what would be his safe place? In the mattress? Would there be a loose
hold on.
floorboard somewhere?
There was
There's a study on the second floor.
yeah. So yeah, correct. So there's a study on the floor that you're on, which is at the other end of the building.
Sitting here.
Near the private function room. It's right on the corner.
Okay.
There is also on the first floor. No, sorry, on the second floor. The family museum, the Ikathar Museum, which contained like different family relics, things like that. That you think there could be something else. Otherwise, there's the library, which people use to obviously do research, anything like that. So there's a few places that you think there could be specific documents hidden. You're not too sure where he would have hid certain things.
This is all going to be useless to us.
We'll follow in your lead, Elric.
Should Ayla and I go and look for in the
We
office?
don't have time. We don't have time.
Well, we have these, and I'll gesture to the documents that we found in his personal little desk nightstand thing.
Probably around
All
this
of
point,
you- all-
Kira, you do start to hear some like talking and yelling downstairs.
All of you need to get out now and not be seen. Right now, everyone that's only one guard saw the group of us. If you guys can get out, I can take the fall. I'll still get out. I won't get caught. And then, through your favor with the Lord's Alliance, maybe you volunteer to help investigate what happened.
Why can't
Use
we
that
all
as a
just leave
Yeah,
now?
why can't you come with?
Because I'm gonna make a little bit more noise on my own. I'll be careful.
Is it worth it?
I think so. If it gives you a chance to get out and for us not to all get caught. Because we can't all be tied to this. If we're all tied to this, we can't search it anymore.
I can already
Fair.
hear the guards coming. We need to
I-
make a decision now.
I mean, I look at Tonk, and then I look back at Elric. I trust you, but you
Yep.
I need you to get out. So and then I'll be already headed to the door.
Mm.
Or is there an inconspicuous way that we can get out that you can share with us as we're leaving?
I mean, there's a boarded up window in the room, but beyond that, I mean, roll an investigation check to see if there's any like an escape way other than the door or the window.
Do I know if there's a way into the That room
Um,
from this room.
roll a history check, just to see if you can remember well enough.
That's not good enough. 10.
You're aware that there was some sort of safe next to the master bedroom. You don't know the entrance, though. You can't remember the entrance.
The spare room here with the downstairs.
Mm.
Do I know where that leads, and if that leads to a way that they can get out?
That leads into a bit of a yes. It leads into a back entrance to the manor.
The opposite side of where the fires are.
Yeah.
The opposite side to the front entrance where those two guards were posted that noticed you.
Yeah.
So there might still be some guards over there, but
So there's an entrance on the ground floor here.
yeah. Where do I know? Where's the secret exits? Do you know that I could leave?
As in
there's
the
one-
underground exits.
Yeah.
I would say you know where they are.
Yeah.
Oops. All right. There is one in the library that leads to the underground section. There's the storehouse one, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
There's one for the church, and there's one in the guardhouse. There is a secret passage from the stables to the guest house as well. But there's not one specifically that leads from the underground section of the main building to the outside.
Hoods up. And
Hoods up.
if
So go into the bedroom that's just down the hall to the right, out the window, and then you've got the servant quarters straight across. You should be able to use them for cover. It's relatively close to the storehouse, which isn't great, but with everything going on, hopefully all the guards around there aren't nearby. If they are, I don't know, pretend to help put out the fire.
will do.
Okay.
Be safe.
I'll be
Good
careful.
luck.
I'm going to run ahead of them to the end of this hall
and
pull out my pistol, and I'm just going to be there steady aiming, waiting for the first guard to come around the corner.
Sure.
And we'll buff it out.
So the three of you take Elric's directions and head into the hallway on the right as you're running down, and head down the stairs into the lower levels of the manor. And
Kira
as you
pauses with Elric.
Mhm.
I have to get Derek.
Can you not order? Can you not order him just to run to you?
Good question. That's touch. He needs to. I'm pretty sure he needs to be within like.
And you order him to follow me, and that's how I'll get out.
But I have to. I mean,
That is a good point. Yeah.
Can you give him the direction and listen to?
It's not telepathic.
No, he's not a familiar. He's a companion.
We'd
So
have to be able to
if you
hear
can't,
You'd have to. Yeah, you actually have to call out to him.
correct.
Yeah. But
Can we go back the way we came? Up the balcony.
or the stairs down to the front door.
I am a lot more stealthy than most of you.
Be careful.
You can split up. I'm okay with that. Let's go. We'll continue on the plan where Elric
Woods
devised, and you. Yeah. Good luck, sister, and
So
we
are we
will
going,
meet
here?
you back at Satyrs.
Yep.
So yeah, let's do it. I think
Is this the window
we can't
we're going
spend too
out?
much time. Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
I think we need to go.
I jump out the window and try and
No.
There's the stairs.
There's
Oh,
a staircase.
I
There's a staircase in the room that you are able to
Oh.
head down, which leads into a smaller room that has a back entrance and leads you basically out here.
Okay,
That's not what he heard.
that's what I'm trying to go.
So we'll come back to you, Elric. As you're discussing this with Kira, you hear a couple of guards start to run down this hallway. There should be.
I'm gonna just shoot. I'm just gonna shoot at the first one straight
Sure.
away.
Go ahead.
That's a nat
Here-
20.
Okay.
Let's go.
Oh.
Kira, what are you doing? Sorry.
What was I just thinking?
Eh.
In like Kira's panicking. She's does not have her composure right now. Remembering Tonk drink his potion before we come in, I kind of fumble in my pockets and pull out the gold vial and just, I mean, it can't make it worse. And I need something for that.
And you drink it?
Yeah.
Cool. So, upon finishing this gold vial of liquid, you bring it down and kind of drop the vial and kind of wait for something to happen, and you don't feel any different. Kind of feel pretty similar to yourself. Elric, upon a perfect shot to this guy's eyeball, how much damage you do?
30.
One shot this guy's head, and basically the bullet goes in the eye and just explodes out the back of his head and killing him instantly.
Watermelon.
You look back over to make sure you guys are running, and there is a Triton standing behind you.
Oh, what?
A Triton. It's like a merfolk.
She turned into a Triton.
Kira, your race has been changed to a Triton for 1 hour.
That's actually
That's
kind of
just-
useful. Yeah. Anybody sees him.
What is, so I don't.
That's
and I don't
actually-
have my face.
No. So you don't have. Yes, correct. You don't have your face. You are the exact same in terms of skills and all of that. Your race features, all of that's the same. Your just appearance as if you had been polymorphed into a Triton.
That's a
Or
good
not
one.
polymorphed,
When I
but
look
like,
down at my body.
when you look down at your body, you are a blue female Triton.
That's perfect. Move now.
What's
Ow.
perfect? Ah!
Oh god.
Go. And I'll reload my next shot and get ready to shoot the next one.
Sure. I guess to kind of give you an idea as to like what a Triton sort of looks like.
I guess it didn't make it worse, right?
Helped.
When they call for a search party, they'll say, "Look for a Triton," and they'll just. I don't have a Triton though, right?
No, a Triton kind of looks like that. This is what I imagine. Obviously, not with a Triton.
Sexy.
Trident.
Trident.
Oh, yeah,
Triton
that's right.
is the car.
Yeah, so it's like a merfolk.
It's not.
Merfolk.
Okay. That was a 20 to hit.
20 hits. I don't think you'd be able to get there with 30 feet towards you. No.
Yeah, 19 points of damage.
Yes, cool. So another more than enough to kind of knock this other guy. This one piercing through his armor and lodging in his chest. But so Kira, are you heading out the same way Tonk and Ayala were going?
I think she's heading out the way that we came in because she's got to go and get Derek.
Knowing that if I go out that way, I've got to run around the entire fucking building past the engulfed with Flame's fucking storeroom, whatever it was. Like,
Correct. Well, you don't know that.
Right, yeah.
Actually, Tonk and Ayla, as you step out of the main manor and look to your right, the storehouse that you were is a tower of like inferno. This thing is massively lit on fire.
They're not saving this building. Yeah,
They are
they're waiting
not
for it to
saving the
burn.
building.
Yeah.
So good.
And there are multiple guards kind of standing around this storehouse, kind of not knowing really what to do.
Is the can we see like across the other side if we were to turn around behind us, like if the workshop's the same way?
This manor is 3 stories high, so it's
Right.
probably a bit too tall when you're kind of up against it. But if
Yeah.
you were to move further away,
Yeah.
you'd probably be able to get a better vantage point
Okay.
if you wanted to. But so you two are heading past the
back to the balcony.
No. Tonk and Ayla, are you heading out
we're
that door and
following-
out towards the back wall of the estate?
Yeah,
Yes.
I thought he said that if we went into the servants' quarters, there was like a secret entrance. I feel like we would be following his direction.
I was asking about secret entrances.
Oh,
There
okay,
wasn't
okay.
any. I said
Yeah,
go past the servant quarters and get out.
Okay, yeah, that's what we'll do.
So is this a gap here? Like, can we?
Yeah,
Sneak
that's a gap
through
you
there.
can move through.
Yeah, go through the gap and get to the wall, and then try and
Cool.
work.
Yep,
Yeah,
I'll help him over.
So I'll need athletics check from you, advantage for you, Tonk, just standard for you, Ayla. Kira, you're heading to the balcony, or are you heading to like a different entrance or exit?
I kind of turned to Elric and I'm like, what? I mean, you know where Derek is. What's
Out the
what's
balcony, the way we came. Get there. Go out the gate. That's straight across from there. That's just below the training grounds. The guards are
Right.
headed over to the. There's going to be a lot of guards there, but make a break for it. You don't look like yourself at the moment. It's the perfect time.
Yeah, you're going a different way.
I'll find my own way out.
All right. See you at Zetas. And I'm just gonna bolt down the hallway.
So, Kira, you head down back the way that you guys entered, back onto the hallway. There still being the dead body of the wizard that you had killed earlier. You jump.
Dragged all the dead bodies on here, but
Yeah, I
what
just
the
moved them.
fuck
I just
happened on
moved
this
them over there.
balcony? Yeah.
You jump off the balcony. I'll need an athletics check or acrobatics check to be able to land safely. What were your two guys' rolls?
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20,
15.
15. Both of you successfully are able to make your way over the wall, and you are now out of the estate. As you were running away, there were guards that noticed you because you guys were not going stealthily, I'm assuming.
No.
So they are kind of running after you. So I'm assuming you guys are just kind of booking it
Yep.
out of the yellow quarters back to the blue district.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys are then making your way, you're heading that way as fast as you can, kind of booking it back to wherever you decide to go. Kira, what'd you get on your athletics?
21.
Full parkour leap over the balcony, landing on the
However,
ground, 3-point landing.
As I kind of get to the balcony, realizing what Elric just said to me, I don't look like myself, thinking, fuck, I don't want Derek to freak out, not knowing how he's going to react. I know we have this bond, whatever. I'm going to use my like once a day speak with animals spell.
Mhm.
I'm going to cast that while I'm on the balcony, jump off, and then start looking for Derek in these bushes where I left him.
Sure. Not going to make you roll for it. Doesn't take long to be able to find him. He's kind of just been hiding there the entire time. I used your stealth check from the first time you rolled it. But you do find him and are able to communicate with him and
Roll initiative.
and are able to kind of persuade him that you are in fact Kira. But what direction are you heading?
I was gonna say, I mean, like no one sees this, which is a bit of a shame. But she's kind of been in like a bit of a nervous wreck. The moment, kind of like Derek had to go and hide, and we had to do all this stuff. So, but because we were so kind of like busy and running around and everything happening, as soon as she sees Derek, she like just kind of breaks down and is just like, I'm so sorry for leaving you here. Like just, and if anyone was around, it just, as much as Kira likes animals and whatever, like it just doesn't really, it's not really a kind of the
Like
situation
an
isn't
appropriate
right
response,
size.
like it.
My emotional
Yeah.
response, exactly. Yeah, it's too much. It's too
Mm.
much. And it takes her like 30 seconds to a minute to kind of pull herself together and kind of realize the situation again. And then yeah, kind of tell Derek that we're in the shit. And we need to make a run for it, essentially. It's just me and him.
Cool.
Following Elric's direction.
Are you booking it, or are you going to try and take it stealthily out? Are you
Stealth.
following your stealthing for it?
Yeah.
Yep, sure. Oh, I'll give you 3 options actually. Are you booking it, stealthing it, or are you trying to just play it off as a guard leaving, or a guard kind of just heading out of the estate?
I'm considering what I know I look like right now. I think instinctively I'm just gonna like try to be stealthy.
Sure. It's all right. I rolled a natural 1 on my perception check for any guards in the area. Dude, it's fucking curse. Anytime I start, I'm on Discord. It just maybe
I
it's
think there's actually
maybe it's because I'm rolling on my desk. Let me roll on my floor. Natural 20.
So it's the desk
Oh,
that's
outstanding.
cursed.
That's
so
great.
dumb.
That's hilarious.
That's so dumb. What?
That's so good.
I just dropped the dice on the floor. That's so stupid.
There was something about when it's just me and my companion, we actually either move more swiftly or more stealth or something, or like something
In favored.
While you're looking that up,
favored terrain
Eric,
stuff.
what are you doing?
I'm gonna run back into the bedroom.
Okay. What are we doing in the
Iston's
bedroom?
still there. He should be like semi-conscious, kind of out of it.
He is on 1 HP. I'm gonna. I mean, rules is written. Technically, if you brought back to 1 HP, you can still act as normal, but that doesn't make sense to me. I'm gonna say yeah, he's basically semi-conscious, hasn't moved, maybe has like dragged himself a little bit, but being killed, brought back, killed again, brought back again
Yep.
is like just taking it out of him, and just can't really like function at the moment.
I'm gonna bend down to him and be like, "You tell me how to access the treasure room from here, and I won't slit your throat again."
Roll a persuasion check.
Do I get advantage because I've killed him twice?
I will say yes.
Fuck yeah. Oh
Um,
yeah, that's good.
As much as someone
20
hates you,
26.
being murdered twice and brought back twice, I would kind of freak anyone out, I guess.
26.
Rather than saying anything, he just points at the at one of the busts inside the room, and then just kind of like lets his hand drop.
I go over and investigate it, see if there's anything to it or anything I can pick up to.
Sure,
secret
roll
door.
investigation.
Fuck. That's bad. That's 8.
8. Yeah, I guess without proper direction and like knowledge of exactly what you're looking for, the hidden lever is a little bit too difficult to find.
Turn back to him and go, no wonder father wanted to skip you in the will. And I pull out the pistol and shoot him.
Okay.
Oh.
I'm not going to make you roll to hit or damage or anything like that. It just basically kills him.
Yep.
What are you doing after that?
The boarded up window. I'm going to rip the boards down.
Mhm.
Throw his body out the window.
Okay. You're able to pretty easily. These are not like bolted in or anything like that. They're fairly crudely boarded this window up just to kind of stop the cold air from coming in. You manage to lift Iston's body fairly difficultly. Moving a limp body is pretty difficult. It's more of a prop him up against the window and try and like push one leg over the top and just kind of push him out
Fine.
the window. And his body splats to the ground. With the proximity of it being so close to the storehouse and the
Yep.
guards surrounding the storehouse, many of them do notice
Good.
and do see you at the window doing such action, prompting them all
Does
to
Kira see this?
with your passive
Probably.
perception, absolutely. Well,
Just-
maybe not. You don't see the action. You just hear something
It's
like splat on the ground, and look over and see the guards noticing Elric, and then you see Elric in the window as you're kind of making your exit. Upon seeing that, all of the guards are now rushing the manor.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking probably 15 to 20 guards now rushing the manor.
Yep. I'm gonna give that bust one last check.
Roll one more investigation. It's probably at disadvantage, trying to do this quickly.
It's 15.
15 is enough. You do find that one of the fingers on the bust when you pull it.
Get hard.
That was the first thing. That was the first thing I thought of. That's the first thing I thought of.
That fits Tyvar though.
One of the slats on the floor starts to like shift and move, and then a small door breaks off from that and opens, and it's like a small cubby entrance into this room.
I jump through it, go through it, and then I try to close it up from the other side. Make
Sure.
it look like I never went through.
Yeah, absolutely. So as you head inside this room, you find multiple chests that you assume are filled with gold or other such gems. You find a couple of cupboards without looking in them, not sure what's in them. And you find a small set of drawers as well.
I want to check the cupboards and drawers.
Sure. Opening the cupboards, you find just sets of fairly ornate looking clothes and other things of that nature. You do find quite a large stack of like log books and I suppose merchant books, that sort of thing. In the set of drawers, you find another stack of papers, and in the bottom drawer, it is locked.
I'm gonna try to pick it.
Sure, roll
If
a
it's locked in
few
here.
skills.
Come on. 30. It's a
Okay.
20 plus 10.
Yep. That had a DC of 25 to pick.
Come on, be good.
You find a set of plans. Upon reading the plans, it is a new design for another gun.
Oh,
I mean, that's cool.
The paper is seriously deteriorated, and like the drawer inside the drawer is extremely dusty, and logic would dictate that this has not been opened for a few years, meaning that Iston probably hadn't found this or was not able to access the drawer. And as you actually look inside the drawer, what you would expect to be a wooden kind of like interior just for the drawer, it is almost a safety lockbox built into the
Yeah.
The set of drawers itself.
Yeah, I mean, I'll grab it. Grab the plans. Does it's too. I can't check the paperwork well enough, and I can't really grab it all.
It is. It's not a huge stack of paperwork. It's just.
I'll grab the paperwork just in case. Oh, this is probably all Tyver's paperwork.
No,
yeah,
this one was not locked. This was the top set of drawers. It was
Okay,
just-
I'll grab that. I'll grab that
Sure.
as well, just in case there's something in there.
Yep. So grab the plans and grab the paper. The papers. There is a very noticeable kind of like escape hatch here as well, which leads into one of the lower underground tunnels that you then are able to escape from.
Yep.
That's cool.
Oops, didn't mean to take that. While that was all happening, Kira, I'm assuming you were making your exit out. Did you roll your stealth check?
Yeah, so 24.
Yep.
It's just when it's me and my companion, we share the same checks, basically.
Sure.
For movement.
You don't have to
around,
roll
whatever.
separately for each of you.
That's correct, yeah.
Yep, cool.
So just 24 for both of us stealth.
So you manage to cross kind of the open sections of the estate. You do obviously notice the body being thrown out the window and kind of like, oh, okay, this is not probably going well inside. And you probably take a second to go, should I turn back? And then keep heading out the southern entrance, which is no longer guarded. And the gate is open, being that a lot of the guards have had to run out and move across.
So
but
pretty smooth sailing all the way to the
around to the exit. So Kira and Elric, you both kind of are able to. Elric, you come out into one of like the sewer street basically leads you into one of the nearby neighborhoods of the Yellow Quarters, and then you are kind of able to make your way out and around and off. Kira, you do something similar. You almost kind of just stroll out of the front gate of the estate and head out of the Yellow Quarter. Tonk and Ayala, you guys are being chased from the estate. How do you try and shake your pursuers?
I'd like to cast as I'm running, like sort of pivot one way and then cast a minor illusion of myself and do a 5-foot cube.
Sure.
I'm 3 feet tall.
Yep.
So create a minor illusion of myself running, like sort of when it comes to a fork, running one way and then running another. I'm going to run one way. My minor illusion's going to run the other.
Cool. They don't notice you casting the spell.
Yeah, and then they'd need to make an intelligence check to see if
they can deceive.
To discern what's what.
Nope, natural 6.
Okay. And so I'd split off that way. Probably split from Ayla as well.
Yeah, and I'm gonna follow his lead. So, seeing him apparate this minor illusion, I'll cast my echo in the same direction and send it 30 feet as it follows, and then I'm gonna turn and double dash, move, whatever, in the direction that Monk goes.
Sure. So you're being pursued probably about by about 3 of these mercenaries that have been hired. They weren't able to discern which one, so they kind of have to take a second to decide which way they want to go. I'm going to roll 3d6, and on I'm going to do it on 1 to 4s. They go for the illusion, and then 5 and 6s they go for the real one.
Yep.
Only one of them goes after the real one.
Okay.
So 2 of them split off and follow your echo/minor illusion, and then just the last guard that's pursuing you is still giving chase.
How close to us is he?
He's pretty far away because you guys were able to run and jump the fence and then kind of run like through the yellow quarters and probably try and back into the blue district. Depending on how he's probably about 40-50 feet from you, and depending on how far you run, you're not sure how far he's actually going to follow by himself.
And I turn around and cast Hold Person
Sure.
on him.
Wisdom save.
Yep.
Natural 16.
4
A
A.
plus?
I don't think he's just a regular soldier. Wisdom, no pluses to his.
Okay,
saving
so
throw.
he succeeds.
So after casting that, that's probably roll an intimidation check as part of you casting a spell on him. Him being alone.
Advantage?
No,
Be
this
trying.
is more just like you passively
Yeah.
being intimidating enough
10.
for him to be like, yeah,
I'm a gnome.
it's probably not enough. But it was more just the fact that he's pursuing 2 people by himself into another district of the city. I'd say that he'd probably only give chase a minute or so into the blue district before he probably gives up and he's like, I don't really want to chase this too far. He probably would be gaining on you, Tonk, a little bit. You're only moving at 25, but Ayala, you're moving at what? Your movement's 30 or 40?
30.
30. So you're moving at a similar pace to him. He'd probably getting fairly close to you, Tonk, before he'd probably change his mind and kind of give up and then turn back to the estate. At this point, it's probably getting pretty early in the morning. Not quite sunrise. You probably only have a little bit of left on your 1 hour, Tonk.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, as soon as we get to as soon as we're sure he's not following us anymore, and we get to the
Status wise.
Yeah,
set of
so
demise and into our room,
I'd
I've
say
waited 5 minutes.
Kira would probably be there first, as she was able to take the most direct route, not being pursued, all that sort of thing. Elric being a little bit more cautious, maybe waiting a little bit in the yellow quarters, taking it slow through the blue district before getting there second. Tonk and Aela, you'd probably be getting there last, being that you were chased a little bit through the yellow district, trying to shake these guards, and then maybe holding off for a second before getting and making sure that you're not followed. You walk into the Sage's demise and up to your room where Kira and Elric are waiting for you.
Well, I mean,
Or unless something was different, sorry. Unless you guys wanted to do something different.
I'm different.
Yeah, Kira's looks very different.
Oh, yes. I mean, you see a Triton sitting in your room.
Explain what's go, Elric. What?
Elric, sorry. I should question Elric. Are you in the room? Would you have done pretty much what I said? No. Okay.
Okay.
So it's just Kira in the room at this point.
What is going? Who are you?
Well, hang on.
Housekeeping? Question mark?
Would I know I don't have to hide. I might have waited in the tavern part. Just sat at a table waiting for them to enter. Or waiting for anyone to enter. You know, if I've gotten there first, I've looked around, no one's here yet. Maybe even check the room, just kind of like, you know, and then I would have gone down back to the tavern part to kind of watch the door, knowing that I don't really need to kind of hide right now.
Sure. Yep, fair enough. So I suppose waiting in the tavern floor, you two enter, you do see the only person in the room at this time of the day, or in the morning this early, is a lone female Triton.
That would be weird for us, right?
Well,
Mm,
being that you have never seen a Triton before, and probably unlikely heard of one, yes, this will be very strange.
I'm going to avoid eye contact and just look down and just not like
Yep,
just
fair enough.
yeah.
and I'm like quite literally the opposite. I was thinking the opposite. Ayla would be the kid that stares at the unique thing in the room, right? So like I'm like,
Yeah.
what? Like, and then just go to the room. I don't think I would want to stay in
You,
in the main.
I'll wave at you, Ayala.
Probably no reaction other than just like
Ayla, don't stare.
stay.
Just knowing that Ayla will stare, like not even that.
Yeah.
I can imagine that she just is.
But they waved as we're like walking up the stairs to the room or wherever we have to go down the hall to the room. They waved at me.
I mean, they probably just thought you were saying hi.
And I'll quietly say, but I am supposed to meet someone here.
Maybe not tonight.
They
And I'm just going to keep going up to our room.
I don't know now that I'm thinking about it. If you waved,
That's a
I'm
very
not-
good point.
I'm gonna go over there. I'm gonna kind of like hesitate and pivot and head back into the main room.
Yeah.
Did you roll to follow her?
I rolled
Jen?
perception on whether I actually heard her follow, like as if I knew she was following or not.
Hmm.
Because I've just got cloak up and I'm just trying to avoid everything. But I rolled a 21 on my perception. Actually, 22 on my perception. So I know. So I'll probably just turn around and just like watch from a distance as this possibly turns to shit.
Yeah. I'll approach the table. I'm Ayla. Lilio? Question mark.
I know who you are.
You did they send word of ahead?
I mean, I know where you'd be. I'm here, right?
It's a good point.
Fuck.
And I'll sit down at the table and like kind of
Feeling very Azoth right now.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
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 And like I will reach into my pouch and pull out a medallion that has the symbol of an altar with some arrows like directing its way to the perimeter around the altar. Yes, Milo sent me to meet with you.
Ayala, I'm sorry. It's it's Kira.
What? I'm very, very, very confused look on my face. No, what? Are you? Now I'm supposed to meet Lilio.
I'm sorry. Now I feel bad. It was a joke. You, I kind of like lean in. You remember the potions we got from that bird man before we entered the city? I drank one of those potions and it made me look like this. If you still don't believe it's me, we just did something kind of bad. When Tonk drank the blue potion and he was like glowing red for a bit. I was there with Derek. It's Kira.
I love that you're explaining things to Ayala, all of which require her to have perceived this to have happened, and her passive perception is 8.
roll a persuasion check, to try and convince Ayala that this is what you are saying is true.
Oh my god, what have I got myself into? 7.
You don't believe her. You are now very confused
yeah.
about how is this person saying things that kind of make sense but kind of don't.
But also,
What is
looks
going on
nothing
here?
like your friend.
Yeah.
So I'm starting to panic internally because I'm not supposed to be like having a conversation with anyone about this, especially now that I don't know who this is, right? Like, are they pretending to be Kira and this Lilio? I've never seen a Triton before. Like, there's just so much that is just like completely over her head. So she'll hide away the medallion and put it back in her pouch and be like,
Ayala, what's wrong?
I think I made a big mistake.
And Tonk, you didn't follow it all.
No, I'm
Tom's
watching from. I'm
Tom-
watching from
Tom's
the
watching
stairs.
from the stairs.
Can I do I perceive Tonk?
Yep, well, of course you do.
I
What
perceive
do you do?
That's just. I was just gonna ask. Just okay. So I perceive Tonk.
Affirmations.
I kind of look over Ayala's shoulder and kind of like with a concerned look, kind of like wave. Almost forgetting. I keep forgetting what I look like, and now I'm confused. Now I'm confused why you're having this reaction to me. We've spent all this time together, so I'm just like, in a panic, like, oh, Tonk will know what to do, and I start waving over to Tonk.
As soon as you say Tonk's name, I'm kind of like maybe.
I don't.
Oh, okay.
No, I kind of look over your shoulder as you're freaking out and just kind of like.
Tonk, your passive insight is high enough to kind of work out something's awry here, but it doesn't seem like disingenuous in any other way.
Yeah,
my body language is definitely like rejecting
I'll go
the
down.
situation,
I'll
right? Like I'm
quickly come down and be like, "What is going on down here? Who are you?
this person.
Tonk.
This person's pretending to be.
How do you know my name?"
Can we? Okay, I'm sorry. Look, it's Kira.
What?
Oh God,
Kira, what are you doing? Why do you look like this?
I was
Does she
trying
sound
to
like
lighten the
Kira?
mood.
Tonk, now you the biggest giveaway here that no one has mentioned is that this person
Her
has
voice.
a deer sitting next to them.
Oh, okay.
Oh wait, would Derek be?
Derek is
You
there.
tell me, would Derek be in the room?
No, definitely. I wouldn't. Yeah, right now.
Okay, in that case,
I was just letting this play out because it was funny, but
of course,
freaking deer next to this person.
There's a deer sitting next to Kira.
It's not deer. It is Derek. There is Derek sitting next.
Derek is sitting there, armor and all. I'm going to know that it's.
I mean,
I'm going to question the. I'm going to question the
You're
murder
going to
person.
question.
Well, the last you saw Derek was him hiding in a bush.
It's like, who are you, and why is my friends? Why do you have my friends, Derek?
Yeah.
He's not yours.
Look, in about. I wouldn't know this. This is. I wanted to lighten the mood because.
Kira, is that you?
I don't know what I can say.
Just say yes, and then we're good.
I told Ayala it was.
Yes, but Ayala's.
I'm sorry. She came up to me.
Ayala's Ayala.
Kira, I have an idea. If you're Kira.
You called me Kira.
Yeah, I don't know what to call you. Kiss me and I'll know.
What?
Just a
Wait, what?
confession of love.
Well, if this helps, I know that Kira and yourself have never kissed. But go on.
We have? Wait, was that a dream?
Oh, what were you going to ask me?
Over the next couple of minutes,
No, I want to play this. No.
You want to play this out?
Yeah, go on.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, God.
Go for it.
Can I do an
asking
insight check
something.
on the Triton, please, to work out whether it's
Absolutely.
I
Go
mean,
for
it's
it.
not
my
you, it's AL.
goodness. Nope, I'm not sure. 11.
Oh, fuck me. Good.
Yeah,
great.
Tonk, a lot of people have like fully golden armored deer. Like we see that all the time.
And no, okay, now you're just being silly.
I lean in. I'm like, look, we just came from Neverwinter. We're here with Elric. We just killed somebody. It's Kira.
To be fair,
I-
they don't know that you've just killed someone.
We've
Yeah,
killed a lot of people. We
the
killed
assumption, right?
quite a few people.
Roll of 14 on insight. That's probably.
He's not.
Yes.
I'm not
trying to hide
hiding
anything.
anything.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
No.
I think
Okay.
At
do
least
Yes.
I change it
put
to a
two and two
Triton?
together.
Do I
Yeah.
have anything on me physically
You
that I
have
would have?
everything. It's just
You
your
look
body
the
that
same.
has changed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess. Oh,
Your
I don't
clothes
really
are the
hold.
same.
They could have like killed you and then wore all your stuff. But I believe
True,
you.
it's true.
my
Okay.
memories.
Tonk is.
I need to go commune with the Ruby Sorceress as soon as I can in case this wears off.
Well, go ahead. I'm gonna keep
I feel like
interviewing
I can.
this stranger,
Oh,
this weird. So, like at this point, I feel like
Oh, I
Ayla,
don't know how long this is going to last.
you would notice that Ayla kind of is less confused and is more just kind of like going with it because now she thinks it's amusing. So,
Well, I have this purple potion left. I drank the gold one and I didn't feel any different. But then Alric turned around and kind of looked weird, and I looked down and I'm a fish. I'm a fish person.
wait, I thought when you guys bought those that you knew what they did.
What? We couldn't even understand the person who sold them to us. What do you mean?
But you guys
We ate the jerky. Tonk had diarrhea. What?
It was really bad as I climb up the stairs.
But the difference is that like you guys kind of just seem to know things
Headache now.
that I don't.
Can I commune
Assume
This
already?
is the last time.
You
I
can
think.
absolutely commune. All right. Tonk, tell me how you
Ooh, good question.
pray or set up a sort of ritual to try and commune with your deity.
Oh, that's a really good question. I would. I'd probably just I'm gonna flavor it as the top of my staff actually like detaches and is sort of like something that I can place down on the ground.
Sure.
And I'm gonna sit around that, and as I like cast, I guess, commune on.
Remind me, that's a ruby crystal, right? Just for
Yeah,
visual there.
but like ruby crystal with a there's just like ornate like around it, like the way I picture it is like it's ornate, almost like woven wood around it, like if you imagine like a white Gandalf staff, but like half of it, and then the crystal sort of sits in it, and then and I flavor it as I can take that off, detach that from the staff, and I'll put that on the ground, and just sit crisscross applesauce in front of it, and yeah, just think of how my mother used to do it.
Sure. So in doing this, you take your time and think back to how your mother would kind of pay respect and prayer to the Ruby Sorceress Weejas, and you kind of almost go into a bit of a meditative state and try and calm yourself as much as possible and try and do this for the first time at something that you've never really done before. But in doing so, you feel a warmth emanating from your amulet around your neck. You notice that your staff starts to glow a little bit brighter, and a red glow emanates from it. As you cast commune, what are your questions?
Hi, Ruby Sorceress, long time fan.
Oh god. Long time, first time.
Yeah. Are the answers that we seek in regards to the spider trail that we've been following in Icewind Dale?
Upon asking your first question, your vision, as if looking through the red section of a 3D glasses, everything has a tint of red over it, and your vision almost becomes that sort of red. Everything has that red kind of color to it, and you look at your staff, and it is emanating a sort of illusion that says yes.
Do the recent events of Spider King, isn't it? Is it the Spider King? Is that what we've been? Is that what it's
What do you mean? What are you talking about, spider? Sorry,
like the Spider King, or the
black spider.
Black Spider? Sorry, yes. Is it? Do we know anything more?
Rings a bell.
Name
though.
was?
Is that something?
So I think if the Spider King was actually a thing or not, I can't remember. Anyway, does the son of Gazgul and the connection with Icewind Dale have anything to do with each other?
That yes, that was illusionary. Fades, and then a no appears.
Is Elric okay?
Before you're given an answer, I suppose we'll jump over to Elric. What is Elric doing?
I'm not going to say right now.
Not going to say.
The answer that would come through is yes.
There you go.
Okay.
Is he okay emotionally? Is he alive? Is he okay?
Although it doesn't say it says yes or no questions. It does say you might receive unclear if the answers pertains to information that lies beyond the deity's knowledge. So it could be unclear. It doesn't have to be yes or no.
Yeah.
It would be yes.
It would be yes. There you go.
Yeah, if it's a powerful enough deity to see what's going on, it would be yes. You guys probably don't see me for another 2 hours or so before I come back.
Kira, by the way, I was just kidding about the whole meeting
sorry, who's
somebody thing. Wait, what?
Dale's like, you don't
me-
see me for another 2 hours. Still, Dale walks in and Ayala and Kira are having a whisper
Still
fight.
Trying to.
During that time, I've changed back because
Yeah,
it's been an hour.
we're still trying to figure it out.
Go on. Sorry.
I don't believe you.
No, I would just say I was kind of joking around about it, but I know I spoke with Tonk about this, but I guess now that you know, I just feel like for you, and I trust that you'll keep the fact that I'm meeting with Lilio between the two of us, or I guess the three of us now, if that's okay.
I deeply apologize for the little prank. I was just kind of having a bit of fun after a very tense situation we were in. Your
Prank
business is
stirred
your
up.
own.
I mean,
Um,
how could you have known that I was meeting someone? I mean, it's my fault,
well, no,
right?
of course not, of course not. But it's yeah. I'll say I'm sorry for my part in it.
It's okay.
Um, yes, and I hope it doesn't affect our relationship. And as far as I'm concerned, you didn't say anything to me.
I appreciate that. But now that you know a secret of mine, I feel like oh,
What was that? You might cut out.
Yeah, you might cut out.
now that
Kira
I
says
know
that to AL.
what you're talking too quiet. Uh, now that
Still whisper
you know
fire.
a secret of mine, I'm would. I mean, I guess that's kind of bad, bad taste. But
So
um,
bad.
I don't know anything about you. Where,
What do you mean
where?
you don't know anything about me?
I don't know. Like, I feel like we've spent a lot of time together, and I don't know. I've run my mouth a lot, and kind of have a hard time keeping things to myself. But you seemed quite reserved. I just,
So what you're saying is you have a hard time keeping things to yourself, but you want me to tell you a secret. Is that right?
yeah, basically. I mean, about myself. I mean, I'm a great secret keeper. Just ask Tonk. I know everything there is to know about him, and I don't tell anybody.
So just I suppose reiterating when I did finally made up a fucking backstory for Kira and then came in with that session and said that what I would have told people through whatever, just passively talking, was that, like, obviously, like, coming from Myth Drana, and um saying that I was raised with mom and dad and it was like a magical place kind of a thing, problems with fiends and stuff. Did I mention I had a no, I didn't. Yeah, okay. Okay, so Kira will pause. Like, I guess, look, I guess we have been traveling around for a little while now, and it is only fair that I kind of unintentionally tricked you into sharing that with me. And if it helps you forgive me, and this being really fresh in Kira's mind after what's just happened as well. I guess something I haven't told you is that I used to have a younger brother. His name was Derek. I haven't seen. Well, I mean, he died. He passed away a very long time ago. Actually, maybe 80 years. Very long time ago. It yeah, and it is kind of the reason why I don't I never really dabbled with the magic of the city that we lived in, because with him it kind of backfired, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't really, um, outside of my parents and I guess the people of the city at the time. Most of them aren't with us anymore anyway. I haven't really spoken about him for, well, I guess 80 years or so. But yeah, I had a younger brother.
You guys were close then.
The kind of like classic sibling rivalry. I found myself to be a bit more composed and logical. He was a bit chaotic, adventurous, curious about the city we lived in, and its magic. I spent a lot of my time outside of the city. Actually, I wasn't really affected by the magic of the city that much. He was. He was kind of obsessed. But
Hmm.
even though we fought and we were very different, we were brother and sister. So of course, we were close. Family meant quite a lot to us.
Yeah, you can't replace them. Did you?
Kira looks back at Derek.
I mean, there are lots of people named Derek on that. And I'm just did you? You said you grew up in the city. Was this a city in the forest, or is it just the way you explained it is you didn't align yourself, I guess, with the city. You preferred to spend it in the forest. Then.
Um, it was quite a big city actually. Um, within the forest. But I spent a lot of time outside of its walls. I suppose. I had a lot of interest in um the animals and nature. It's just kind of where I felt comfortable. Um, so I wasn't really in the city that much, I guess.
Hmm. Is it warm there?
Um, I I think I feel the elements a little different to certain people. So I don't know. For me, it was fine. You know, I dress kind of how I dress now, just in my wraps and things. So, you know,
Well, I appreciate you sharing that with me. I will admit, uh, I kind of used the little trick that you played as leverage to know a little bit more, but I've always wanted to know. Don't let that come across as disingenuous. That I'm just using it for leverage to keep my secret. I mean, because even without you sharing, I trust that you wouldn't have.
I mean, at least you're honest. Um, and I know I haven't really spoken a lot about myself since we all kind of ran into each other. I've certainly kept to myself a bit more, and I've thought about it here and there. I do know a lot more about you guys, and just passively, really. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is a sign to start opening up to people for once. It's not that bad.
Well, I appreciate it. And if you need someone to talk to, just listen. I'm always here, especially if it's helpful.
Keep that in mind.
I'm really tired.
Elric back yet?
It's probably about this time, maybe after a half hour
Share
more
another
or
honey
so,
ale.
that Eric walks through the door. You guys are probably already back up in your room at this point. Do you head straight to the room, Eric?
Yeah. Yeah.
So you guys probably on the verge of sleep, if not already started your long rest. Maybe still awake. Some of you thinking about an interaction with a god that you've or a deity that you've never had before. Others thinking about revelations of friends, or um, others just learning to open up to other people. But as Elric walks through the door, um, I think we'll end tonight's episode there.
Nice one, gents.
It is 11:45. So
Good
it's
job.
Oh,
Christ.
That was good. That was insane. It's going to be.
Turned
if
to my
I
brother and
had
threw him out a
rolled
window.
better, that would be so much different.
What was that? Sorry?
If I had rolled better.
Maybe.
There's probably a good chance we all get fireballed at the start of that if you don't get the whole person.
The wizard, yeah.
Oh, there was something I wanted to cast.
What was it?
It was black tentacles
What?
off the balcony.
Sounds terrible.
Oh,
So
the guy that was on the balcony.
Yeah, it's a 90-foot range. Squirming ebony tentacles fill a 20-foot square on the ground that you can see within range. For the duration, these tentacles turn the ground into difficult terrain. When a creature enters the affected area for the first time on a turn or starts a turn there, the creature must succeed on a dex save or take 3d6 bludgeoning and be restrained by the tentacles until the spell ends. A creature that starts its turn in the area and is already restrained takes another 3d6 bludgeoning.
Damn.
Fucking spike growth, but on steroids.
That's
Mm,
awesome.
Yeah.
Necrotic.
Sorry, that was going to be cast. And because the I mean, he's dead now, so it doesn't matter. But he was a conjuration wizard, so he could cast lesser demons. He could cast faithful hound. He could cast devil, fog cloud, grease. He was basically a rough terrain conjuration
Just make
wizard.
life really hard for us.
He was going to fuck your shit up.
Yeah.
And he can also random conjuration, meaning that he can basically drop a block on you, and you take 5d10 bludgeoning damage.
Dang, bro.
So he was not to be fair, his AC was 12 and he only had 45 hit points.
yeah, he's a wizard.
Glass cannon. But
Yeah.
yeah.
Wow.
Also, if I'd fucking hit with maybe more than 2 attacks on the fucking barbarian, he would have done something.
Yeah.
By the time
And
you
then
got
didn't
low
fail
enough,
2 advantage strength saves.
exactly.
Yeah, that's rough.
And then by the time I actually wanted to kind of use the bite attack where I regained 15 hit points, I didn't hit with either of them. So it was like,
That sucks. I gotta get going, guys.